afternoon, and welcome back, RoboMasters fans, participants, friends, family, random strangers on the internet that found out about the coolest robotic combined with esports thing competition collegiate thing in the world. What's up? It's Preston and Matt here to walk through the afternoon of RoboMasters with you guys. Matt, we have 6 teams left.
We do.
Each
Six
of these
very
6
competitive teams.
Oh yeah, I mean it's crazy. Making bracket predictions from here is insane. And each of these teams has a very unique road to the finals. Each of them has their own backstory, their own history. Each of these teams has been anticipating this moment for a long time. Virginia Tech, still in the winner's bracket, lost to the University of Washington by a tiny margin in 2021. 2019, DJI made a documentary about VT as the top team in North America. They haven't won a final since. Colorado University is the self-proclaimed, is the community-proclaimed king killer for like the last 3 years. In 2023, in 2024, and this year in 2025, every community forum is abuzz about how CU is going to take down UW for the first time. And every time CU hits some crazy, unavoidable just roadblock, their robots are stolen. One of their bots just blows up a motor. A zip tie falls into the hopper and jams it in the final match.
We saw it earlier. They were even on fire a little bit with the wires earlier.
Going into the lower losers bracket of our finals, we have RHIT, Rose-Hulman Institute for Technology. They've been on the up. They've been progressing. They've been getting better each year. This year they came in and people have been doubting. People have been saying, okay, maybe top 5, maybe top 6, but they are looking stronger and stronger. They'll be facing off against SFU, Simon Fraser University, the Ascension bots. Ascension Robotics looks strong. They look clean. This looks like what RoboMasters North America's play should look like. They've got their 3 bots. They play it very classic style. They don't need the giraffes. They don't need the fly swatters on the bots. They're playing skill expression, team strategy, RoboMasters. The University of Washington, you know them, you've watched them. 4-year reigning champions, 2021, 22, 23, and 24 undefeated. Not only winning each of those, but never losing a match until 2025. And then NUS Caliber, the team that has taken rounds off of UW with asterisks. They've taken rounds that have been reverted. They've taken rounds that were in practice. NUS looked for all the world like the team that would finally take down the kings of RMNA. And here they sit in the losers bracket against UW right now.
It's going to be a heck of a match, Preston. NUS just came actually over from the 1v1s. We had while we were doing our lunch break, we were able to see them putting up a very impressive showing. Not much else to say than that, other than I'm super excited to be able to see what they're going to be able to do against UW. Like you said, the Kings, the only year I hadn't seen them win commentating was last year because I wasn't here for the commentating. But just in case we haven't met yet, my name's Matt Blackwell. Been doing RoboMasters for a little bit, doing from Texas A&M. Looks like we got a little bit of fun stuff on the stream. But
Matt, NUS did just play UW in 1v1s, and it went the way of NUS.
It did.
It was close. It was tight. They won in a best of 3, 2-1, by like a margin of a couple rounds of projectiles. This is extremely indicative, I believe, of how this 3v3 is going to go. Very, very well-matched teams. Both teams struggling to get their sentry to behave this year.
Yep.
Both teams incredibly strong standards, incredibly strong heroes, really good game sense and driving. This one, it feels like an absolute coin flip. Chat, I'm going to put out a prediction. I'm going to give you a couple minutes to let me know what you think. Who do you believe will take down the match in this best of 3? NUS or UW?
I think the real testament in this is going to be, the distinct difference between 1v1 and 3v3 is not only do you have your accompanying hero, which can do huge chunks of damage with a single projectile super early in the match to get that early level lead, but you also have the difference of distance. Robots can be very accurate up close, but that accuracy can fall off pretty quick. Neither of these teams are going to have really any problem with accuracy unless they have some mission critical problems, which hopefully I did not just cast a curse put on either of the teams. We want to see them performing at their best because both of these teams are titans in this competition. We really have, in these top 8 that we've been seeing today, Preston, with the double elimination bracket that we have going on, the elims right before we get into the semifinals and the finals, there's been so many good matches today. And this is going to be another one of them.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, the bracket has just worked out beautifully, right?
Yeah.
Having these two teams.
The script writers knew what they were doing. I don't know. You don't have your sign next to you this time, but
they're cooking.
They are cooking in the kitchen. No flames, or all flames on the grill. No flames or smoke outside the kitchen. That's the important part.
All right, bots entering the field. Let's take a peek. I'm going to hit you all with a 1-minute ad. If you want to dodge the ads, you can do the Twitch Prime sub or Tier 1 sub during this preparation period. Got some cheers in chat for NUS. It'll be NUS in the blue, the University of Washington in the red. Interested to see how many bots get put on for each team. Neither team having successful projectile launching and hitting of robots this year from their sentries. But on and off in the competition, these teams have chosen to field them with different strategies. We've seen pushing, we've seen kind of pacifist sentry moves from UW, where the sentry comes out and just hangs out in the middle of the map.
But that hanging out in the middle of the map is sometimes all you need. I mean, every single second you spend in that zone is one more victory point towards total of 200 if you control that zone. And if not, you're at least having a presence there that can maybe at least psychologically scare somebody off, even if they don't, nobody really knows if either of these teams is going to have the projectile launching sentry working. So just showing up could be threat enough to at least give your team a better position to at least take it at the beginning of the match, which could be quite a few early points.
Yeah, NUS does have their sentry at the front of that box. Has been an indicator of functionality for some teams. We have watched NUS UW, but last time we saw them play near the end of a bracket, it was actually the grand finals of 2023 in Seattle. Very different than in the losers bracket. Knockout situation here. The loser of this team will not make it into the top 4.
It's similar to 2023 as well. NUS previously in the elims today knocked out Texas A&M from the competition, giving them their second loss, and now A&M is out of elims, NUS moving on. So similar paradigm to 2023 and this year, but a dissimilar paradigm is obviously the game. A little bit more of a capture the point than was previously, where you had obviously more of a League of Legends style gameplay with the tower and like the MOBA style where you had the sentry. Both is still fielded, but no longer on the rail from 2022. Lots and lots of things have changed since the beginning of RMNA, but
chat, y'all put 62% of your bits onto the University of Washington, 38% of your channel points onto the National University of Singapore. Pretty much 60-40, and that really highlights how difficult this match is to call. Both teams, 3 bots on the field, 6 robots in total in the arena. We have 15 seconds left in the preparation period.
NUS actually, in their match against Texas A&M, was not fielding their sentry, because A&M was also not fielding a sentry, putting it more of a 2v2 situation than the 3v3 that I'm seeing now. So we'll see if they actually were able to change their sentry enough to be effective. Well, I mean, obviously they feel that it's going to be effective enough to go out on the field against UW, but will it be enough to make a large difference in the game is yet to be determined.
3, 2, 1. Bring on the bots. Keeping a close eye on those sentries. Good early movement out of the University of Washington. Their sentry leading the charge from the side of NUS. 2 bots to the center.
NUS being a little bit hesitant. Their sentry still staying in the
early
repair
engagement.
zone.
This is really deep by NUS.
Ooh,
but a hit from the side of NUS.
2 hits from the
it.
hero. 2 hits from the hero. UW's hero's very, very low.
A 3rd hit from that NUS hero. And it's the hero from NUS that gets the first blood onto the standard of the University of Washington.
NUS taking a commanding position in the central buff point.
So much experience coming across level 3 now for the hero of NUS. Pretty much untouched health-wise. 3 projectiles is so much. You don't need to go back. That's 300 potential damage. A 100% accuracy so far for the NUS hero. Changing the tide of that early skirmish.
Yeah, that early tide skirmish is also going to be building into a wave as the level buff.
Pushing in, getting a little bit of XP as a shot from NUS goes wide. The next one connects, buying time for the NUS standard to come and back it up, but it will get taken down by the red standard. Red standard from UW, now level 7. Strong level disadvantage for the National University of Singapore. NUS level 1 to level 7. This is really, really tough. That hero was the benefactor of all of the gold, all of the XP from those early kills.
University of Washington's keeping a good eye on things, but hasn't pulled the trigger just yet. Not able to fire, despite tracking seemingly pretty well.
National University of Singapore held that capture point for a long time. That standard now going to retreat. 10 projectiles loaded into the hero. Level 5 hero on the side of NUS. Uh-oh, the standard for NUS paused there for a minute. Precious seconds as level 10 comes across as the University of Washington gets another kill for Red Standard 3.
NUS is really going to need to get out of this level disadvantage that they have currently. Their standard is still level 1 compared to UW's level 10 standard. That's a huge difference in how much power and fire rate you possibly able to have depending on your upgrade path.
Level 1 to level 10 is tough. Level 2 now coming across for that standard. The passive XP per second is not sufficient to make up this gap. UW now pulling ahead in victory points, about 30 points ahead. Reminder that each kill will be worth 20 victory points. The University of Washington able to play very aggressive from the perspective now of the standard. You can see that CV working hard, projectile allowance down to -7. They'll have to pull back.
They're actually out of projectiles, going to need to go purchase some more, exposing the open
Hero
middle.
projectile lands for the University of Washington, but counts as 10. Return fire from NUS lands as 100.
This is an extremely close game, 109 on UW to 74 for NUS.
NUS had a really good strategy there, taking some shots onto the sentry to give XP, but in the distraction, it is the University of Washington from the base!
Hero.
From the base that finishes off the kill!
The
Red's
hero.
Blue Standard 3 goes down.
Lobbing a shot extremely accurately onto a spinning chassis. That's incredible.
Yeah, that was big. That was really big. NUS was using the sitting duck sentry from the University of Washington to farm XP, but the hero shut that down and moved another 20 victory points on over.
University of Washington taking control of the middle. It's going to be hard to dig them out of here for
This
NUS.
hero is chunky. Level 9 hero for NUS. That's where all of their experience points have gone. NUS doing a good job of communicating. You see the standard for the blue team not moving into the center until the UW standard had left.
Dodging right behind this cover.
152 to 91. NUS really missed a tempo portion right there. It was their turn to take the middle while the red standard was reloading with 1 minute and 20 seconds left to go, but only 40 victory points for victory. NUS pushing forward. This is a brave push, but level 3 to level 10. We're going to need a miracle from this blue hero.
He needs a hero.
And it's too late at 197, 198. The University of Washington takes round 1.
An extremely balanced match. It was a very, very significant ebb and flow based on what robots were out of projectiles and what ones weren't, based on whenever they had to retreat and give up control of that middle point.
Cheers and chants coming from the University of Washington. They have a lot of reason to be excited. 200 victory points to 91, 4 kills to 1, double the damage for the side of the University of Washington. Really, really well played. As you were saying, Matt, it looked fairly even in the early game.
That level advantage is really, as soon as you get a little bit behind in that level advantage, especially if it's on that standard is just able to really come back and dominate. I mean, as we just saw with the 1v1s, we know these standards can fight. We know they came ready, prepared, fully loaded, and fully ready to go. And that's going to be hard to forego that level advantage and get past that for NUS if they fall behind again in the second round of the best of 3.
Yeah, exactly as you've said, right? We just watched NUS and UW standards fight in 1v1s. We know that on an equal footing, it's anyone's game. And in this round, I mean, that initial skirmish, the NUS hero was able to take down robots from the University of Washington, land so many hits, do so much damage. But frankly,
from the base, though, I think there's also the play of the game that we kind of saw was that incredible single shot going all the way from their base to the middle, knocking out the University of Singapore's robot that was kind of just occupying until their other robot was able to get around the back and go and refill their projectiles.
Chat, I want to hear from y'all at home. Do you think it's detrimental for the hero to do all of the damage level 1? It does prevent that standard from getting off of that early level 1, level 2's position. You can get a kill from level 1 with your standard, you'll jump pretty much from level 1 to level 3, maybe all the way up to level 4, depending on how much damage you've dealt outside of that. The hero from NUS was extremely successful early, but was not able to capitalize on that level lead. See the University of Washington prepping each of their bots. You've seen them a lot. You know the drill. They've got their flash cards. They've got their fly swatters, their CV blockers. Changing the color of their armor panel. There we go. The hero CV. Perhaps part of an aid that helped them make that long-range shot that you're talking about, Matt.
I mean, I think it had to have been. I mean, I don't think there's any other way that you can actually accurately hit that shot just the way that they did with surgical precision. I mean, the hero projectiles are so much more expensive, especially whenever you have that level that level advantage with your standard. I feel like you would want to give more 17mm projectiles to your standard, but no, they said we were confident that our hero is going to be able to make this shot. We want to give it a shot, and they hit. They connected right where they needed to, and got a really, really sweet kill.
On the blue side, we've got NUS. Bots still looking clean. I'm curious to see if they keep the sentry in the front of this resupply zone of their home base area. It didn't move in round 1, which is totally fine. The University of Washington sentry is also not involved in the game, but it is blocking the hero, delaying their exit just by a few seconds from base.
That was true. I actually was so sidetracked by all the action going on in the middle, I didn't really look too much to the right of the screen for seeing if that NUS sentry was able to get further beyond their base, or was it just kind of occupying their base? Where was it? Do you remember?
I believe it stayed in the base. I don't believe the NUS sentry moved. We have a technical timeout called by the University of Washington. I mean, being in the loser's bracket, right, this is something that we're going to see a lot of right now.
Yeah.
This is use it or lose it.
Well, you'd rather not save that timeout till next year, because you'll get a whole 2 extra next year, and saving it now doesn't get you a 3rd.
Very true. One has to wonder if the University of Washington can use this technical timeout to try and get that sentry firing. Highlander, we're not going to have towers and stuff back in this event. We're playing Capture the Point. I've loved the strategy aspect that it brings. It brings different meta. Right, when we had bases, we saw teams like VT start to do some base races, some kind of backdoors where they'd sneak in with a hero and just nuke it, and that was awesome. But now we're seeing other strategies. We're seeing teams like Virginia Tech just hold the middle with a 3-man, RHIT using a similar strategy. We're seeing other teams peek the corners, come in late. We're seeing teams like CU and sometimes the University of Washington just use eliminations to gain their points and not even care about the capture point.
And I think it makes the competition a lot more approachable for newer teams, because previously you having to have trying to go and buy the bases and have all the extra stuff for your server to set up at home. You know, you can do a skirmish between your hero and your standard, and that's gonna end up to be a lot of the content that you face in the competition, as opposed to trying to have to aim up at the base and have the base built to spec and have the space for that as a newer team that might not have the funding or the resources to be able to build a base at their house. So I'm really a big fan of the changes to the game mode, and I think it also makes it a lot more, it makes it a little bit easier to explain. As somebody who has been part of RoboMaster for a long time, I've been trying to, you know, spread the love, spread the great competition, share it with everybody, because I think it's super cool that we build these extremely complex robots and compete as an esport pretty much, and trying to explain the esport part of it to those who don't know League.
Chat pointing out, Matt, I'm going to cut you off for just a second. Chat pointing out that the sentry of UW was firing during that round. It got all the way down to like 670 projectiles or something. That's 80 projectiles. People have been quick to correct me this week when I say it doesn't fire at all with like 2 or 3, but that was real. 3, 2, 1, bring on the bots. Sentry for NUS moves a few inches to the front. May have just been pushed by the hero as the University of Washington 3 strong out to the middle. You can see those projectiles coming from the sentry now. University of Washington engaged. Hero shots landing from NUS, but it will be the standard again, taken down. University of Washington, a very strong, a point lead here early. Chunking through this hero.
Double kill.
As it falls, UW takes the double kill.
Triple kill.
Triple kill. That's going to be level 7 for their standard. It's going to be really hard for NUS to fight at level 2.
UW not willing to give up an inch. Actually in between the hero and his base, preventing him from backing. He's going to take another kill, 91-20. Only 4 minutes left in the match, only a minute in.
91 points to 20. This one's a little bit less close than last time. NUS certainly still has a chance, but it's going to be a hard deficit to recover with only a level 2 hero in standard.
Level 8 standard from the University of Washington. Absolutely terrifying. NUS not even with the high-level hero to back it up this time. This is what we've been waiting for. We've been waiting for this UW Sentry to come online as a 3-robot team. They are terrifying. NUS, unfortunate that it happens in their match for them. But that's what we want to see before we get to these grand finals. NUS's hero coming in with 11 projectiles, but level 2 versus level 9 Sentry is taken out immediately. Standard.
That level 10 standard is really a menace once they got it online in this competition.
Yeah, backed up by the Sentry, quite a raid boss. Not really sure that it's feasible to attack the center, but not really sure NUS has an option. But their Sentry continues to move forward a few feet.
NUS a lot more timid on the approach this time.
Yeah, I mean, they need to be.
I mean, the level disadvantage is a significant detriment.
Another kill coming across for the University of Washington to bring them past 190 victory points. 5 seconds before this goes round 2. It will be the University of Washington.
University of Washington takes the match. Much more commanding presence in the second round of that match, but first round was a little bit closer, but NUS was just not able to recover from the level deficit in that second round.
Matt, absolute cinema. The Sentry from UW not working like all the way until right now, until the top 6. Absolutely wild behavior. But you know what? Better late than never, and they got it in the nick of time. From the losers bracket, now as a 3-robot team, their run becomes a lot more feasible, a lot more likely. University of Washington winning against NUS will play against the winner of RHIT versus SFU.
Well, just like the robots level up in the game, the engineers are also leveling up their robots in the pits tirelessly. Sleepless nights, so many times pushing brand new code that might have never been seen the light of day before, but needs to for the competition to make sure that they can get what they need out of their robots that they've spent so much time building. And they've leveled it up to a level now that I think could be able to compete with VT and UW, or in Colorado University, sorry.
Now, this really wasn't the nick of time. Their next round will be against a 3-robot team. SFU, RHIT, both with functional sentries all week long. I don't expect that to change. University of Washington, that was their last chance in the whole bracket to play against a 2-robot team. From here on out, these top 5 squads will each be fielding 3 functional bots.
3 functional bots seems to be the mantra of the top 8. As just about all of them, 6 out of 8. Well, NUS didn't have a functional sentry for A&M's match, but they had a sentry on the field at least.
All right,
not able
chat.
to move though.
Taking a peek at the schedule, you just watched NUS versus the University of Washington. Up next will be RHIT, Rose-Hulman Institute of Technology, versus Simon Fraser University, SFU.
I don't think we'll be seeing NUS again because I believe that was their second loss in this double elimination bracket. So
it was.
Congratulations to
well
NUS.
Played from NUS.
Very, very well played.
They are out.
The entire competition, they've been a joy to watch, and not much else I can say besides see you next year.
I hope we do. They've been doing great. They've been a really important member of the RMNA community, making a run for the top each year. Excited to see what they can bring us next season.
Absolutely. But yeah, this next match, RHIT versus SFU. Both of these teams relatively new to RMNA, if I'm not mistaken. And both of these teams also putting on very commanding performances in everything that we've seen so far. RHIT and SFU both having 3 full bots. The big thing that's important to be in the top 8 this year. And so this is going to be another match to watch. I mean, every single match today has just been banger after banger after banger. They've been great. I'm going to be watching these VODs back, just reliving the times because, man, it's been pretty good today.
It sure has. Yeah, Rose-Hulman, I mean, it feels almost like they're new, right? But they've been in RMNA now for several years. They competed on a conglomerate team way back in the day, I believe 2022.
Yep.
As part of like a 4-man squad with other teams. I believe Purdue and UT also there because I think their acronym was PUTTER.
Yeah. Good old putter. Do you remember which
Sir.
robot they had? Was it the standard or the hero? Because it was UCSD that had the Sentry, I believe.
Who knows? It's been a while. Go check the VODs, Chad.
Yeah.
But RHIT competing from that conglomerate team and then had some issues with their bots in the next couple years, coming back in 2024, performing quite well, and now here in 2025, breaking into our top 5.
Yeah.
Really quite an accomplishment. They brought a lot of innovation as well. The Giraffe bot.
Yep.
Um,
Well, seeing over that, being able to shoot from spawn, as we just saw University of Washington do, pretty important and can be very significant, especially whenever you have a robot that might see that your sentry's leaving, their hero's in base. Oh, I'll just hang out here. I'm safe. Oh no, you're not. Here comes the golf ball straight into your armor panel, and that's 100 points of damage. You can't mess around with that.
Very true. Some cheers in chat for the University of Washington. I have finished that poll. Congratulations to those of you who bet your channel points on UW. Oh, man. UW in the top 5 once again, which was, in my opinion, a pretty safe bet. Now that they've got their Sentry, Matt, how does that shape up or shake up where you think they land by the end of the
They've
end
got
of the
their
week?
Sentry, but they only shot 1/10 of their ammo. That Sentry was tracking. I mean, I'm sure you saw it too. Those heads were just swiveling, perfectly tracking. I think it's able to actually use their wall hacks. It was targeting robots in NUS's base. And I don't think it could see the armor panels from there. It might have the elevation for that to be able to see on that turret. But regardless, it was not shooting that much. And against these other, I mean, you know, if you're talking about because they're going to be going against SFU or RHIT, both of their sentries have been able to provably shoot, have been involved in most of the combat. And if you're just looking at them and only getting through 1/10 of your ammo, something's wrong. That's all I got to say about it.
Are you saying fourth? Is that your new prediction for the University of Washington?
I think they could place 4th. If you 3 functional bots, Preston, you've been saying it all competition, and without a tenth of a performance from a bot that other teams have their 100% performance on a bot, you're not on the fair playing field. And as we see with the fair playing field, right? You lose that level advantage early. That playing field just starts elevating, and it's really hard to climb back up the other direction.
I hear you. Personally, I think once UW got one turret firing, my monkey brain that mostly does mechanical engineering says should be able to make the second one fire. Even if you make it choose the same target, right? Even if you make it so they're not independently firing.
Yeah.
I feel like code-wise should be fairly simple to just anything motor A does, have motor B do, and then adjust the yaw a little bit. That way,
Yeah.
you could just match them. Anywho, or yeah. So
Well, the
I
real
do
question-
think that University of Washington should be able to remedy that issue.
Yeah.
Firing a little, big difference from not firing at all.
Yeah, and they've been, as we've seen, I mean, the entire story of University of Washington, so far has just been piece by piece, bit by bit. They've been getting back to where they were a few years ago, at least in 2023 when I last saw them, and they had all of their 3 functional bots from the different competition, right? Obviously, they now have 3.5. I'll say 3.5 or 2.5 functional bots.
fair.
Not quite 3. But, I mean, the real question is, do they play again today or do they play again tomorrow? That depends, how much more time you're going to have to be able to tweak code, to be able to figure out why only 1/10 of your ammo was able to be shot, despite their tracking is on point. We're watching those heads swivel left, right,
Yeah.
tracking very, very well. If you go back and watch the VOD, I'm sure you can see that as well. But their CV has to have some kind of confidence interval that they might need tweaking. Maybe they weren't super confident in being like, oh, well, we're actually going to... But their CV and all their other bots work just fine. So, I don't know. I see that, and when I see that, I think there has to be something else we're missing that we don't know.
Could be. Matt, to answer the question you asked in the middle of that, they will be playing again today.
So not a whole lot of turnaround time, only about an hour until they're scheduled to be playing again, and before that they're going to need to be in an inspection. So realistically, they're going to have to be getting a pretty quick turnaround on being able to shoot the other 9/10 of their ammo supply to be competitive against RHIT and SFU.
Yeah, so I mean, that is very true for RHIT versus SFU. Whatever team wins between RHIT and SFU, and whatever team wins between them and the University of Washington, At some point, they've got to come back out of the losers bracket. As you can see right here, they've got to play either Virginia Tech or CU Robotics, and that's where it's going to get very, very difficult for any of these teams. I mean, CU and Virginia Tech have looked extremely strong for the whole competition. I mean, in lieu of just ridiculousness, right? With like Virginia Tech driving off the edge or CU having a motor go up in smoke. Other than those two instances, both of these teams looking fairly unflappable.
Yeah, I mean, as a commentator and as somebody who's been behind the production desk and just been watching, you know, the silent eye, I mean, we've seen, from what I've seen in my prediction, I think in terms of is this going to be the final match or is this the final match?
So the reason it says loser of 14 if necessary, this is a true double elimination bracket. So let's just pretend real quick. Let me just pull one. So let's say that RHIT, right, makes it all the way through the losers bracket. They come up. If they play, let's call it Virginia Tech. If Virginia Tech wins, Virginia Tech is the winner. That's
but
it.
if they lose, they get to play again because it's a double elimination, and so the team that hasn't lost has to lose twice in order to actually get second place.
That's correct.
Gotcha. Well, that makes a lot of sense, but in either case, I mean, as a caster, this is my honest prediction. And that might be controversial.
That says CUVT.
As the final. Oh.
Oh, okay.
I'm saying one will lose,
then
it will,
and they
it'll
come
go,
right back up.
It'll go University of Washington versus whoever does not make it in the match right before this, right?
Yeah.
Which is this match. These are both going to be the same. I think they're going to be the same, and I think that's going to be, you know, what would be here if neither team lost. But since they're playing earlier, one of them has to lose. I think it's going to be a rewind. It's my prediction. Could be controversial. What do you think?
I mean, I don't disagree with you from the start, right? I've said my number 1, 2, 3 this year was VT first, CU second, UW third. My order has changed and shifted after seeing robotic performance throughout the week.
Yep.
UW slipped down to like 6th place in my bracket because of their Sentry issues, working their way back up now that they have a functional bot. I love that VT and CU were in the same bracket to begin with, the same group. Makes it hilarious. I mean, we could see that matchup as many as like 4 times during this competition.
Well, and if it ends up being the final, then, you know, it'll be, I mean, every time we've seen them so far, it's been great. So to see them in the final would be great as well.
Yeah, and it also, for those teams, it will increase the level of the strategy plays in the match. When you've played against the same team several times, it's less of, let's try the same strategy again and again and again and just see if it works, right? Because they played already in groups, and then they're going to play in the winner's bracket. If they play again from the loser's bracket, I fully expect to see these teams and these drivers starting to change things up and adapt to the different style of play, right? How do you deal with Virginia Tech's Sentry sitting in the middle?
Well, and both of those teams kind of being the hallmark of three functional bots, right? I mean, they've had 3 functional bots for most of the competition. CU having a little bit of a hiccup. Might see the return of CU Throlder. Coining it now in case it happens. But
CU Throlder is harsh, Matt.
Well, we've seen it in the past. That CU always has something happen, and it's always better to have, you know, as somebody who does live production and that does live instruments and things like that, it's always better to mess up in practice or mess up whenever you can redeem yourself versus messing up whenever it's lost.
Check that off the list then.
Exactly. They had their big mistake now. And so if their big mistake was now, and that's all we see of that mistake, then Throlder might be a thing of the past, and it might be just the bastion of Boulder that could be going on straight through to the finals. But if something else technical happens, then that might be a Throlder moment.
Yeah, I mean, I think Throlder is a bit extreme. Usually their issues are not misplays, right? They've got really good game sense. They do a good job of playing the objective and the capture point in this case.
Well, like you said, they're able to use the different tactics, and because they have the 3 functional bots, it's less of a expression of the functional robot and more of an expression of the tactics. And the tactics in this game are very, I mean, we've seen some very close matches today, and we've seen some in groups. We had a couple differences in tactics, but you know, seeing that in the finals and seeing that with these like top teams is what really is what puts the life for this competition, man.
Speaking of 3 functional bots, let's switch on over to our Roman cam. I think we can take a peek at 3 functional bots from Rose-Hulman Institute of Technology.
RHIT and SFU getting ready to load onto the field.
Rose-Hulman Institute of Technology in the red. I'm going to make this prediction, chat. You're going to have 2 minutes to decide. Use your channel points to vote. Who do you think will win and continue their journey towards Grand Champion of RMNA 2025?
Preston, I think this might be the 3 functional bots version of what we had with NUS and Texas A&M earlier. I think it's going to be a really close one. I mean, maybe not by a single point for one of the rounds, but as what was decided earlier with the NUS and Texas A&M, I think but I think it's still going to be a very close competition.
Taking a peek at the bottom of this RHIT bot, you can see these small wheels in the middle, likely some sort of encoder or device that they're going to use to track where the actual bot is on the map.
Yes,
part of their
that
navigation
odometry
system.
pod. Being able to figure out exactly where they are on the map, especially whenever you're spinning in place and doing your spin to win while also trying to navigate. It's important that those systems are accurate whenever you have the fully autonomous Sentry that cannot be controlled by people trying to move towards that center point and possibly move away whenever it gets hurt. Some teams have been able to do that. I think most of the teams that are left so far are able to.
The tall giraffe hero in the back corner there as we switch over to look at Team Ascension from SFU. All 3 of these bots looking strong. A very wide, boxy hero. Frankly, pretty useful for taking up space in the central buff zone. A big robot has not usually been a good thing in RoboMaster. It's usually been an indicator of lower efficiency and difficulty fitting through tight corners and passes. But restricting your opponent's access to the central buff point, that capture point, has proven to be quite useful this year.
Yeah, a bigger lightweight bot is a really good point that I hadn't really thought of too much, is occupying the actual space in the middle without having to... Smaller bots, you know, you can fit quite a few of them. I mean, we've seen many skirmishes with multiple robots in the middle, and having those bigger bots is kind of just able to box them out with the physical dimensions of your bot.
Yeah, and as the hero gets later into the game, it gets quite tanky.
It does,
The health really gets up there, so you're able to block off and create choke points if you want. We saw the University of Washington get in between their enemy and their enemy team's base there in our last game. And that's obviously going to be even more functional. Look at the long-range CV testing that RHIT is doing with, I believe, their hero.
Well, I mean, they built it to shoot over that ramp, so they're making sure that they can see over that ramp with their CV.
Love the makeshift armor panel that these teams designed. I believe it's the Sentry, excuse me, looking over the ramp, getting its CV tuned up as engineers work on the back, maximizing their efficiency. 19 seconds left to go before this match. Reminder, this is RHIT versus SFU in the losers bracket, so the team that loses this best of 3 will be eliminated.
That elimination means they'll see you next year, but not at all.
Technical timeout coming across. This is to be expected. When teams get pushed all the way to the edge, red team taking a technical timeout, RHIT, we saw them still working on that Sentry. Got to make sure all those bots are ready for the match versus SFU.
What great aesthetic design they have on these bots, Preston.
Yeah,
It
really
really
love
looked
the
fantastic.
hero. It's got the triple flywheels.
The belt-driven, hey, belt-driven has to be the way that you turn that big, heavy head of the hero.
Yeah, I like their ball path. It's very unique. It goes up through the neck of the robot. That's very typical for standards, but frankly with heroes nowadays, most of them going up the side and curving in.
When RHIT having that, or SFU having that very, very small and tall, oh, he's got a feather in his cap. Call him Yankee Doodle Dandy. It's crazy to see the difference in the design of these robots. They're really very, very different.
Yeah. I mean, looking at Red Standard 3 and just the wheel size, still hilarious to me. RHIT have stuck with these tiny wheels. Most teams opting for bigger and bigger wheels as the terrain changes and the bumps entered the field. Not RHIT. They love the tiny Omni wheels. They're sticking with them.
Well, as we saw last year with the UCSD not able to get out of their base with that small bump, but getting over things is pretty important. So having those larger wheels could be an advantage. This year, it's just that rough terrain in the middle of the field. Doesn't seem to be causing teams too much trouble in terms of navigation, but for vision, whenever we've been in the pilot seat of those in the commentary booth and seen them rattle around, it can be pretty rough for a driver to know exactly what he's looking at when that VTM is just shaking so much as they're spinning to win on the rough terrain.
That timeout has expired. The preparation period is over. Rose-Hulman Institute of Technology versus Simon Fraser University. For half of the cookies in 4, 3, 2, 1. Bring on the bots. All right, SFU and RHIT making their way towards the middle. Unfortunately, only one bot from SFU leaving the home base. RHIT Sentry still extremely functional, unleashing a fury of 17mm projectiles, taking Blue Standard 3 extremely low and giving XP over to their own infantry bot. Red 3 now level 2.
SFU needing to retreat back to their base to heal very early in the match.
First blood!
The Sentry for RHIT strikes first, is reduced down to half health and retreats. My word, RHIT's AI is getting quite good, and now Red Standard 3, the benefactor of all of that XP. Level 3 to level 4, SFU got a lot of XP from their engagements with the Sentry early.
RHIT hiding their hero in the back, trying to get the shots over the terrain.
This is really aggressive from SFU. If he gets caught out here, he's pushed very, very far. Level 5 standard is a level advantage, but not significant as they start to take some victory points from the central buff.
Yeah, and speaking of strategy, foregoing quite a few seconds of control over that central buff point whenever RHIT was letting them have it for free on the retreat.
Yeah, and they also missed their tempo as now they have a 2 versus 1. Level 6 coming across for SFU, but Red Standard 3 and the hero here obliterated the giraffe strikes.
It looked like something might have gone wrong with their standard as it stopped moving whenever it looked like it was on a pretty hasty retreat. Oh, it's still able to move. Can it get back to the base before its vulnerability expires after it's been revived? And that's a no. That's going to give RHIT a very large level advantage, which is going to be a pretty big deficit to come back from for SFU.
RHIT looking extremely strong in round 1. Level 7 standard holding the capture point while their hero is allowed to reload at the resupply zone.
SFU taking their time, playing it a little bit safe. Don't want to give 20 victory points away for free if you get caught out by that high-level RHIT standard that was in the middle. Switching places with the hero.
Really smooth swap there.
Great communication, great strategy.
Yeah, you see the hero also leave gold for that standard, be able to purchase projectiles. The gold coming in at each minute mark.
Fortunately for RHIT, SFU Sentry not able to leave the base this match.
RHIT hero out of projectiles, needs to retreat, but still has plenty of health. Like we said, a high-level hero, fairly tanky, able to hold, just make some space, tank some projectiles as Red Standard 3 dances around and takes out Blue Standard 3 from Ascension.
RHIT in a very good spot at 181 victory points. One more elimination is going to put them into, that's going to end the match and give them the victory, but
the giraffe
10 more
making
seconds
the in-game play not
well.
to go resupply projectiles. That's a good call. 180 points, 20 seconds was not enough to get there and back. Just going to help hold the middle, understanding that they will ruin round 1. Let's go RHIT. What a round.
You know, Preston, we did see RHIT Sentry retreat, but it never came back out of the base. And that's one thing that if you're going up against a team like SFU that we were thinking was going to have the Sentry come out and need to be matched by an equal Sentry. Since they didn't have it, it wasn't too much of a deficit, but against VT, against CU, against UW, it's not going to be that forgiving.
Yeah, we can't get ahead of ourselves yet, though. In a best of 3, SFU still with a shot to come back, but RHIT very, very dominant in this round. 700 standard projectiles, 1542mm projectiles, 4 kills to 0. Really well played. The Giraffe landing a couple shots, very impressive. Their Sentry playing well, retreating correctly.
Looked like they were testing out strategies to see if they were going to be able to consistently hit any of other robots in the middle that were doing spin to win. SFU stopped. Seemed like they had a bit of an issue with their standard in the middle. It was trying to retreat, then just stopped right before it was eliminated and then gave away 20 victory points. But who knows? Could just be a driver thing, bump the keyboard, drop the mouse.
It could also be a ref system thing. If you
Could
go
be.
overpower too much, it'll kill your chassis power for a second. And, we've got a couple shout outs in chat from Mrs. Hardini. It says, great job, RHIT. We got ScorpViz also cheering for RHIT in chat.
If you're ever in that middle point though, and you got any amount of robots coming around the corner that are equipped with computer vision, and you're not able to spin, you're just fish in a barrel. And that seemed to be the case for SFU. We'll see if they're able to shake up the strategy, repair their robots, get everything ready, locked and loaded, ready to go, and change it up. Because what they did last time is not going to work again as it didn't for them the first time.
Very true. Both teams in their 2-minute preparation period. A minute and 15 seconds left before round 2. Reminder, this is a best of 3. So whichever team wins 2 rounds will be the victor and proceed. The loser eliminated from RMNA 2025.
You know, gone, but certainly not forgotten. Both of these teams putting on great shows all week. It's been a joy to watch.
Oh, yeah.
And
Top
I'm sure
6.
they've had fun too, because I mean they're, you know, between last night as well, where we had over on the rep channel we had the Salty Sweet. Everybody enjoyed themselves last night. Both teams, I believe, were there just hanging out and putting robots on the field. Now they're putting robots on the field, possibly for the last time, unless SFU is able to upset RHIT.
RHIT does have a lot on the line. I mean, they've got a birthday boy on the team. Did you know that, Matt?
Oh,
Lucy.
They do. Birthday girl, actually. Right?
They have a birthday on the team this year, and we're hyped about that. Congratulations, Lucy, for making it one more time around the sun. And what a way to celebrate, watching your team dig real deep and push through the bracket against SFU. That birthday buff is strong, Matt. It's at least +3 to the stats.
Yeah. I mean, special day, and could be a special day for multiple
3,
reasons.
2, 1. Bring on the bots. RHIT pushing forward. Their Sentry again leading the charge. A great sign from them. SFU gonna have to figure out how to approach it. Choosing a different strategy. Look at this hero taking shots from the base from SFU. Choosing not to engage. This does leave Blue Standard 3 high and dry in a 1v2. Played out fairly well for them previously with their driver able to gain a lot of XP. Getting level 2 early.
RHIT's Sentry not able to find targets despite scanning pretty frequently very close to SFU's standard.
It's true, RHIT not firing any projectiles and returning back to base.
It's still alive though. It didn't give away many levels that you get whenever you're able to knock a Sentry offline early.
And notably, Red Standard 3 was able to level up and land several shots. The Sentry coming back from the base from RHIT. This is really important.
They already fixed it. Last match we weren't able to see that, but this match we are. And that's just how quick the turnaround RHIT's been on their repairs and their robustness with their robots.
RHIT holding that central buff point. The Sentry and the Standard combined. A hero shot comes across from SFU and connects. 100 damage onto the Sentry. Blue Standard 3, Red Standard 3 locked in the engagement. Both teams falling below half health. Level 5 coming across for RHIT. But SFU persisting to chase. They're getting really low on health. And they're taken out by the Sentry of RHIT.
The Sentry able to actually lock onto their target, unlike at the very beginning of this match. And is it adaptive? Evolution in progress as we're just seeing it.
RHIT now pushing back up. SFU right on that corner, but they're so low. The Sentry immediately destroys that bot when it's available and vulnerable to damage.
Sentry giving the XP straight over to the Standard, and now the Standard's going to be in a much better spot to take on 2 very low-level robots on SFU.
Sentry for RHIT already fired 450 projectiles, and now as the hero for SFU, launches a couple shots, taking some peek shots. This is a good strategy. They're definitely outgunned in the middle of this map.
A little bit hard to see since the overlay kind of covers it, but RHIT is sitting up
Blue
here.
Standard 3 firing from the base. Check this out.
That hero's sitting in the base, providing covering fire for their sentry. Neither robot needing to rush back because their sentry had it under control till now their sentry's just going to go heal up and come back. And
That's true. On the opposite side of the map, the same thing happening. Blue Standard 3 was able to poke down the sentry to half health, get it to retreat. Ascension Robotics doing a good job doing some damage, but 157 to 11 points. They'll need to push to play a bit more aggressive if they want to take it to Silver Scrapes. Level 8 now for RHIT Standard in an engagement, winning this trade heftily as they take out Blue Standard 3, turning their attention on to Blue Hero 1, push it back to the base with 2/5 health remaining.
RHIT showing the strength of a level 10 standard versus just a slightly under level.
And it's
SFU
Rose
standard.
Holman University with the birthday win, pushing their way into the top 4. This is such a sweet moment for them. These members of this team have been on here for, I mean, coming on to 4 years. We've got members graduating. We've got members getting older. I mean, I guess all the members are technically getting older, man.
Yeah, that is how time works, Preston.
But they win 2-0, 200 victory points to 11. It's not even close, round 2. RHIT are your champions of the match. Let me choose that prediction outcome. Chat, you already knew it. 100% of the channel points for RHIT. They'll be pushing their way forward in the bracket to play against the University of Washington later today.
Pressing bravely forward with that fantastic performance. I mean, I feel like we saw some real-time evolution. It's almost like they had some kind of adaptive learning with the way that their sentry was just able to figure out how to get back to the middle, figure out how to do it twice, figure out how to find targets after it wasn't able to at the very beginning of the match, but was having no problem with it at the end.
This means that RHIT officially in the top 4. That's
Officially in
important
the
for
top 4.
seeding. That's important for bragging rights.
Yep,
That's
yep.
important for birthday dinners. One more happy birthday, Lucy. Their team chatted with me this morning, wanted to make sure that we embarrassed/celebrated the heck out of Lucy. So happy birthday, great match. What a way to hang out with your friends and celebrate. Pushing forward through the bracket again. What great performance from SFU throughout this week's tournament.
Yep.
Obviously,
Especially the 1v1 too.
yes, they did really well in 1v1s. They obviously had some robot function issues in this last match, unfortunately. But we've seen throughout the week what their team is capable of. Excited to see them continue and persist as a group, demonstrate that grit and engineering innovation and iteration as they bring those bots back again next season.
Yep, and see, yeah, just like you said, bringing them back next season, making them better, and having a whole year to do it. They've already got a very strong base, especially for a young team, and now they're going to be iterating on top of that, building on top of that, and possibly climbing up into the 4th place. Because, like you said, 4th place is a pretty important slot. That's where the awards start. That's where you can actually, because I believe if you make it in the top 8, you get a first place, or you get the first placement, second placement, third placement, and then you get the different awards that are for like runner-up for first, like champion, second champion, and whatnot for that 4th, just in the 4th place, not all the way down to the 8.
Well, the seeding is also really, really important. So if you'll remember back to when we started groups, each group started with 2 seeded teams from the top 8 of the previous year. This means, in my opinion, you have a better chance of getting out of groups.
Yeah.
Because you only have to fight one other top 8 team to get out of groups. Whereas if you are, let's say, not in the top 8, you have to fight 2 top 8 teams to get out of groups.
Unless you're in Group B this year, the
Yeah.
group of death, man. That's been I mean, any team has had struggle getting out of that with UT or VT and CU both in that group. I mean, those are now going to be possibly the top 2 teams, at least the top 4, now that they've made it into there.
Very true.
That's a difficult group to get out of.
Speaking of VT and CU, that will be our next match. Chat, don't go anywhere. We've got Virginia Tech versus Colorado Boulder coming up. A rematch from groups.
Yep.
In
Rematch
the
from, and
winners
a great
bracket.
match. A great match from groups. That was a really fun one to watch. If you haven't seen it yet, while we're waiting for the field to load, you can go watch the VOD, check that video out, and see. I mean, I guess you'd have to kind of scroll and try to find it, but once you find it, few minute match, but quite the match to watch.
Oh, I'm so excited. All right, Virginia, I gotta move my brain. RHIT did fantastic. Looked really good versus UW. It's gonna be very close. Their Sentry was able to go back to base at half health, was able to come back out, launched 450 projectiles to UW's like 80 projectiles. So Sentry-wise, in favor of RHIT, but standard and hero CV and performance-wise, I think still in favor of the University of Washington. So a match that is really close to call and very difficult. But again, now jockeying for position within the top 4, already really impressive accomplishments from all 4 of these teams.
Yeah, that's going to solidify the top 4 ranking, and then we're going to have tomorrow just the top 2 championship game. Who's going to be? That's what we're going to find out in these next 2 matches.
Up next, Virginia Tech versus Colorado Boulder. We've seen these rounds before. Virginia Tech Sentry playing very, very well. CU also with a strong Sentry that's able to navigate the map, able to launch projectiles. I actually expect this one to be absolute chaos. Just mayhem in the middle, much less wall peeking, much less firing from bases. Unless either of these teams has decided they'd like to try one of those strategies based on the way that groups went, I expect all 6 bots to meet in the middle and duke it out for at least the first 45 seconds.
Groups at this point, that match was so long ago. Strategies and techniques and robots have evolved at least so much more, even just in the past few days. It's going to be really interesting to see what they do differently. We've seen so many different teams now, especially now in the top 4. I think every top 4 team has been trying to use their hero from their base. That way, whenever their standards retreating after holding the middle or their sentries retreating from holding the middle, they're able to attack over that wall from a very, very safe location. You can't really see the armor panels or hit them if you're close enough to that wall. And that could be the perfect cover fire to be able to allow for an escape or a very successful attack with just 2 robots exposed instead of all 3.
That's true. Chat, I'm going to give you a little bit longer on this prediction. Who do you think will win the next match, Colorado or Virginia Tech? Starting that now with 5 minutes, because I think it's a little bit more of a difficult decision for you to make. Take some time, think about it. Maybe scroll back, watch some clips from the group stage. Who do you think will take it down? Let me know in chat why, so you can vote with your prediction and then let me know. We've got some comments over from YouTube chat as well, both cheering for Rose Holman. We got Jet408 with a SCO buffs, putting all their channel points on blue.
I mean, that's what you got to do if you're going to type SCO buffs in chat. You got to root for the buffs, you got to vote for the buffs, and you got to bank everything you got on the buffs. Because that's what they're doing too.
You know, having spent last year in Colorado, I actually really like the Cheers SCO buffs. It feels very fun. It feels very modern. SCO feels like a very 2025
hip term.
Yeah.
To us unks, both of us having
kept
graduated, no longer in college.
combining words.
Yeah.
They were like, let us go, and then it's let's go, and then it's SCO, and that's where we ended up.
I mean, I guess that's kind of the way the etymology evolves, just in general.
Yeah. The word I don't have the etymology of, and I don't know if I want it, is shoink. But chat, Chungus33 with a buffs about a shoink, and Jet408 backing it up with shoink time, baby.
So it seems to be a verb, at least. We can deduce that.
I think it's
for
all
what it
parts
means,
of speech.
I don't know. I couldn't tell you. I'm not hip with the terms.
No problem. Chat, make sure you bet with those channel points. If you're not aware, you can use channel points to highlight messages, to get access to certain emotes and emojis. What you can't use them for, but you should do anyway, is get yourself some RoboMaster San Diego merch. They've got stickers. They've got shirts. They're selling out of different sizes, so if you've been thinking about getting a shirt, but you weren't sure, make sure you head on over to the tables, buy the pits, purchase yourself a shirt. If you don't want to buy any merch, go check those tables out. You can make a sign. We're now down to the top 4. You know exactly who the matches are going to be between, or at least which teams will be in them. So go make a big sign. Let the other teams see your support. If your team's been eliminated, it's a great way to get involved in these remaining matches.
Well, and, you know, not to say that the other teams that are in the top 4 also haven't been involved in helping the newer teams come up. I mean, I feel like RoboMaster North America has been a great community for helping new teams. I mean, I believe I heard rumors of UW helping many different robots for 1v1 that were having issues, helping NYU, I believe, in the grouping stage, trying to help them get on their feet, be able to have their at least 2 functional bots, 1 functional bot to be able to be on the 3v3 field. And these teams, try and give as much back as they can, I feel like.
So we did watch a bit of this match as well from the Midwest Conference. And at that period in time, the Sentries were both fully mobile and competing, but didn't quite yet have like a distance limit. So they just run smack into each other like real Beyblades. So I am a little bit nervous for VTCU if they do have this big mashup in the middle on how much physical damage these bots will actually take. With only 4 teams remaining, each team will have at least an hour between matches, but typically, outside of between today and tomorrow, there's not going to be much of a break. If you damage a robot physically, if you cut some wires or you burn out a motor or you, I don't know, do something to damage your bot, you're going to have a really, really tough time getting ready in the last 24 hours before finals.
Trying to fix something like that on the field whenever you only got a few minutes, or if you're using your timeout, that's not, it's more time. It's not that much more time for something that could be a large thing to fix, especially with the physical damage like you're talking about. However, despite the competition being kind of a pushing match in some cases this year, but being, get onto the middle, hold the middle, and multiple different times we've seen 3 robots in the middle from both teams going at it, there's been a very small amount of yellow cards or no red cards that I can think of.
Yeah, so the pushing is legal.
Yeah.
Within 10 seconds, it's treated
but
like entanglement.
Ramming or anything like with anybody running out of control or just trying to really get into the middle and be like, oh, whoops, I accidentally didn't set any kind of an analog stick and I was just pressing W, which is just go forward or go back instead of slowly kind of approaching and being more methodical with it as we've seen teams do. So I'd say that's a compliment to just every team competing. We haven't seen too much robot-on-robot violence that's not permitted outside the rules. Because we've seen plenty of robot-on-robot combat with the armor panels being hit all over the place with all kinds of projectiles. I think actually we've also been hit a couple times at the caster booth just from these projectiles flying out of the arena. At least I got hit in the head and got dealt 10 damage while I was producing the audio the other day.
Chat, your prediction is wild. So we've got 6 people voting for CU and 3 people voting for VT. And so that sounds like, 66 to 33. But the percentage of channel points, there are 16,000 channel points wagered on Colorado University. And I'm here for it. So let's see how that goes. We're getting a bunch of cheers in the chat. Nitrogen08 giving us some SCO buffs. Brett Korga specifying that it is the CU Sentry that will bring them this win.
That's if it can hopefully
it looked great when their standard went down. The CU Sentry carried the team, was able to support them and continuing through the bracket.
I just hope they were able to fix whatever they had go wrong, and it seemed like they were able to just on the field, and whenever they went and came back and played the rest of their matches in that series, they were able to still have a functional Sentry, but whatever went wrong, I hope they figured out what it was to prevent it from happening again, because we want all 3 bots to be functional on all these top 4 teams, because man, oh man, these are going to be some matches to watch.
Absolutely. In-person crowd, I got some questions for you guys. Who do y'all think is going to win? Can you raise your hand if you think Virginia Tech is going to win? Oh my goodness. Can you raise your hand if you think Colorado is going to win? All right, chat. It is not looking super 50-50 in the in-person audience, but I will note the majority of that crowd from the University of Washington, they're a bit biased here. I don't know if they think that's actually who's going to win or who they would like to win.
Yeah.
We'll take a peek. They're shouting some things over to me.
Yeah, I couldn't hear it. Couldn't quite catch that.
I'm listening to some really jazzy music right now. The background music is just voluminous.
Voluptuous, I believe, is the etymology. We're going to be nerding out about that.
All right. I mean, looking back, right, we just watched UW. UW did get knocked into the loser's bracket by Virginia Tech. So I'll bet that they want CU to, well, gosh dang, I don't even know how you
I don't know which team you would rather fight. I mean,
yeah, do you want to play VT again and try to get your revenge, but also you know they can beat you?
Yeah, at this point in the competition, I feel like both of those teams are even, and I don't know. Picking your poison there would be a really tough decision.
Luckily, they don't get to pick.
Yeah, they they just get to watch and see what happens, and that's
Plus,
what they have to do with.
What UW really needs to worry about right now is RHIT, which will be coming up at around 4:30 local time, supposedly. I think we're going to fall a little bit behind schedule right now, as we're still waiting for our 4 o'clock match, Virginia Tech versus Colorado.
I think it's the really quick turnaround that we have. Oh, no, it's not RHIT playing. So, yeah, VT and CU. We have seen them today, both teams we've seen today, both putting on very good shows today as well. So they should be able to get through
Tech
inspection
is having
pretty
trouble
quick.
with at least 2 of their robots and cannot pass inspection. Like, big trouble. If you can't pass inspection as a team like VT, it means you're having some pretty foundational issues.
Yeah, well, they've been passing inspection all competition with pretty much no problem.
So they are talking about swapping. We'll see how that goes. Chad, if you are in person, if you're at the venue and you're hanging out waiting for this match to start, don't forget that you can go and chat with some of our sponsors. Manifold is here. You can also talk with Yibo about the company that he's helped found that is very RoboMasters related. Go check it out. Go chat with them. Learn about some of the industrial applications that people are using that self-driving robots and autonomous vehicles for in actuality. So really excited for that. Matt, I want to talk to you a little bit about the potential for this swap. Once we get to the top 4, maybe top 5, maybe top 6 is pushing it, the RMOC does have this vague clause that says something to the effect of the last several matches should be really dope. If you think something is throwing that off, please be patient and work with it so that those matches are awesome. They don't want a grand finals where, like, okay, VT forfeited because they couldn't pass inspection. You're the winners, right?
Well, nobody does.
Yeah,
we don't
it's
want that. The
anticlimactic.
audience doesn't want that. Chat doesn't want that. RMOC doesn't even want that so much that they wrote it into the rules. So.
Exactly. So there may be some shakeups here, depending on how inspection goes. I'm staring at Natalie to see maybe she has info. I assume she came from inspection. Did not come in from inspection. But the queen of inspection, shout outs for Natalie, just absolutely killing it every year, helping inspection run, as well as like 20 other volunteers that have been in inspection all the way across the Prize Center all week long, shuffling hundreds of bots through every day. Very
and
very
all
impressive.
of our volunteers around the field being referees, and also sweeping up after there's, hundreds or thousands of projectiles on the field fired by both teams. It's important to be able to clean that up quickly, and they do a fantastic job every single year, and this year's no exception.
All right, so we're actually going to get to interview Natalie in addition to the shout out. So Matt, I'll pop my headphones off. I'll have Natalie come sit down and chat with you. You guys can chat all about maybe UW, the competition, perhaps the 501c3 of RoboMasters North America, all the awesome stuff she's got going on.
All right.
Hello?
You're on now.
Oh, hi.
Hello.
I've never been on the stream before. I've been doing this for a while, but usually I'm in the back, so this is a little scary.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I guess you could start by saying, what's it like in the back, in the pits of the of the referees area, or the inspection area?
Yeah, today has been wonderful because matches are pretty slow because we just have less teams going through, less frequency. So it's been really easy. I haven't inspected any robots today, actually.
Well, that's a
I
nice
went to
break.
the first station and I was like, I'll start, and then my team, they're like, no, I got it. I'm like, well, I guess I'll just hang out. Yeah, I didn't come from inspection. I was working out some logistics stuff. But in addition to being our head inspector at RMNA, I'm also the president of our 501c3. So I've been doing a lot of event operations work in addition to developing technical procedures for inspection and training a really, really wonderful team, which is so wonderful that I don't even need to do anything. They're just good. I just left, and they've been doing a really, really killer job today.
Yeah, and I got to meet Theo, at least I believe is one part of your team.
Yeah.
In our production house. Great guy, great inspector. Like him a lot. What would you have to say about the 501(c)(3)? Would you be able to inform the public on kind of the specifics of that?
Yeah. Disclaimer, not a lawyer, but we kind of restarted up the 501c3 for RoboMasters North America, and we've been trying to do a better job just centralizing information year to year, because a lot of it would get lost between different hosts. And the same thing with fundraising. Like, it's easier for teams to pay registration fees to a nonprofit rather than like some random school. You know, their school's like, who is this? Why are we giving them our money? Like, maybe we won't give you money. So overall, it's been really helpful. We're able to like finally do some of our own fundraising and then build up the funds we can actually afford to put on these competitions, which is very challenging. It's very expensive to put this on, so.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah, if you want to donate. I don't know if I can ask people to donate on stream because there's like different laws for different states. So, you know, wherever you are, I don't know. But if you're in.
If not a donation, you could always give us your Twitch Prime sub, helping support the channel, helping support the competition. All that money goes towards making the production stuff. All that money goes towards the venue, all the expenses that you're just talking about that you need the 501(c)(3) to actually pay for.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
Any bit helps.
Or if you know a company or a connection who's like really interested in supporting robotics, please have them reach out to board@robomasterna.com. We'd love to partner with you or your friends or your connections as we grow the competition.
So I guess for those of us who might not know you as well, could you go ahead and just kind of like describe your experience as RoboMaster from the beginning? Because I mean, I believe you were on the team first.
It all started when I was born. I'm just kidding.
Yeah, well, we all start there, right?
Yeah. So I started doing robotics in high school through First Robotics, which a lot of people in this community have.
Myself included.
Yeah, I took a couple years break once I got to college. There was the whole COVID thing. And then after COVID, I joined RHIT at the University of Washington, where I spent a year on the mechanical team and a year as the mechanical lead. You know, I learned a lot while I was there and definitely helped me get to where I am now career-wise. And in 2023, RHIT hosted RMNA, and so kind of toward the end of the year, I got more involved in that logistical work, and I got pulled to do inspections. So I promoted my next in line. I'm like, hey, you know, really sorry, but I gotta help run inspections so we can have this competition. Like, I trust you, and I handed it off to Greg, and Greg did a really good job. So shout out Greg, and also just like shout out RHIT. You know, it's really good to see them every year. They're like my kids, and then my grandkids is what I what I joke about, because there's all the new people that I've been meeting. So I'm really proud of them, and really glad to see them here.
Did you see RMNA history made for the first time today? What are your thoughts? What are your feelings as an alumni of University of Washington?
You're asking the hard questions.
I mean, hey, I've had to be up here repping, or you know, not repping anything because commentator got to be unbiased, but watching and having to sometimes bash on a little bit Texas A&M whenever they've had their struggles. So I'm very familiar with the disappointment, but trying to make sure that you're also still being unbiased and fair.
Yeah, you know, I think that it is definitely historical because they hadn't lost a single match or round in like a very, very long time. I think it'll be ever.
Well,
maybe
I mean,
since
besides
2021. I don't remember my history
it was
very well.
Besides the matches that like no official match had they ever lost. They had lost some that had to be replayed from the referee system. RFID gate last year, I believe, was what people were calling it.
I was. Oh, were they really calling it that? I was sitting there on the field like checking all of the RFID cards while a bunch of people filmed and pointed at me. Like I felt like a zoo animal in a cage. It was so embarrassing. But we taped down the RFID cards really, really well this year, and we even checked them like last night to make sure that they were still in place, so we wouldn't have any issues this year. But yeah, in terms of RHIT's performance, I have been a little bit out of touch with them over the past couple years, but I'll visit the lab sometime. I think that the stuff they're working on is really, really cool. They've been making a lot of like fun, like convenience innovations. Like they had these cable connectors that were like quick release from flashing code, I think. Y'all have to double check with that. But like they've been making a bunch of like really, really cool advancements that are like beyond the basic, like, oh, you know, make robot that works. They're like, we're also gonna have these nice features. I think the robots look really good. I haven't been able to watch a lot of matches, unfortunately, but so like overall, I'm really proud to have been on that team and proud of the work they continue, and like proud to have helped raise, you know, this generation.
Raise your grandkids.
Yeah,
right?
And I think that like also they took, you know, the match that they lost, they took it very graciously, and I'm really, really proud of like how they reacted and like how they've gone, and they're continuing to like work hard and, you know, not give up. So
and most of us being first alumni, you know, gracious professionalism being a core tenet at first. Very glad to see that expressed in this competition as well. I feel like everybody's very, I mean, you know, salty sweet being the term. It's like you could be salty at each other, but it's also sweet. We're also having fun. We're also having some guest announcers just announcing in international languages, in Italian and French and Japanese. It's all great.
Yeah, I'm just like, every single team at this competition has been, very gracious and professional, to put it in the first lingo. But everybody has been, I go to the pits every once in a while when I can escape inspection, and teams are helping out. Other teams, like experienced teams, are helping rookie teams learn how to do things like fix their firmware, fix their referee system bugs.
I know UW's like mostly on the front end of trying to
they
make
have
sure
like
that they're helping
a whole squad
everybody.
of people just like helping people out. So
Well,
I'm
they
really,
started
really
the
happy.
Taproot code base for the CV and stuff
Right,
like that
yeah.
that most teams base their CV on.
And that was before even my time. So they've been helping teams out for a long time. And
Speaking of good experience, might be a little bit of a hard question. Do you have a single moment on both? Because I believe you were on the competition team for UW, right?
Yeah.
So you had the competition team, and then you also had, the logistical side of running things. In both of those different dynamics, do you have like a single standout experience, or maybe a few standout experiences in both the competition that you might have been a part of, and like this was just my favorite moment that happened when I was on the competition team, and then also likewise on the the production referee inspection side?
Yeah, I mean, so 23, like at that point I had like about 2 years of Roadmaster experience, which is pretty good, but there was still a lot of stuff I didn't know how to do. Like I learned how to flash firmware, I learned how to deal with the referee system, and I had to learn a lot. Some of my fondest memories are working in inspection with Charlie. I'm gonna call you out. They are on WISCE. I don't know if you say whiskey. I haven't been briefed on the correct names.
I believe
yeah,
whiskey was on the
Madison.
list.
So, but he was doing the firmware check station with me, and we kept running out of pens. And I'm like, Charlie, where are the pens? And then he'd pull out like 20 pens from his pockets, like every
Hey, he's
hour.
ready. Stay strapped, stay ready.
Well, he's ready with all our pens, and we weren't ready. But yeah, I saw him again this year. He's on a team now, and that's a really fond memory. It was just like kind of the chaos of the whole situation. Like it was my first time, and it was a lot of people's first time running that event. Other than like we had Yibo there and a couple of the more experienced staff, but that was definitely a really, really fun experience that I still look back on fondly. Something that was also really tough too was that year, like I had to make a decision between like leading my team and supporting the event, and like I felt like I really abandoned them that year, and like I still feel bad about it. I'm really, really proud of how the next generation stepped up and did a really killer job at that competition, but I still think about it. So sorry guys.
Well, to
Love
accelerate
you.
the competition, sometimes we gotta make sacrifices like that. Because for me, at least, for A&M, I never actually got to be on the competition team because I got kind of just like sucked into doing the commentating stuff, and I'm like,
right.
oh, yeah, you can't do commentating and be on a team
Exactly.
and be on the field team ready to go and be able to do the pit stuff.
Right,
It just doesn't
yeah.
work. Commentating's got to be
that was a hard
lot
part of
more
it too,
serious.
because it's like I had to be really unbiased, and like
Yeah,
some
yeah.
people, it was also hard because it's like, okay, we only have so many staff members like running the competition, and so I needed to like leave my current team, which is like a top contender team, like
Yeah.
the number
Well,
one team
the
in North
number one
America,
team
and
for
then I
4
had to
years,
go inspect all the other teams and like be unbiased, and there were definitely some people that were unhappy with that. I think I did a pretty good job. I was mostly
try
just
our best. We all try
clicking
our
from our
best.
buttons. So I'm also really proud of how far our organization has come in terms of like every year we get more alumni, more volunteers that are like not active team members to go work in inspection. And oh my gosh, there's a little message. We love
Yeah.
you, Nat. That was so sweet. I love you too. Is that Shar? I love you, Shar.
Char on the production deck doing a fantastic job being
Yes.
able to give us all the great angles, all the great screens, and bring you guys the content that you want.
And
And
like,
I guess
shout out production team. Like every year I look at the stream, what I can. We have it running in inspection, and it looks like better every year, and it sounds better every year. And I'm just like, if you asked me to do any of this, I would have no idea. I'd be like so lost. So
well, if
just
you would
like
ask me to
huge
be
shout out.
inspecting, if you would ask me to be inspecting robots, I'd be a fish out of water.
All right. Well, yeah. I guess everybody's got their areas, but yeah, just a huge shout out to the production team and the media team. They've been pushing a lot of content out. Really upping the quality of the stream, and I think that makes like a really good viewer experience. You're welcome, Shar. Thank you, Shar, and to you and the commentating crew. Yeah.
And I guess talking about things a bit beyond the competition, like that extra content and things like that, shout out on the Rep channel, which you can catch at TTV/robotics esports, where we had the Rep channel, where we had last night's little bash go on for Salty Sweet. You can go watch the VOD for that. But how has Robomaster, I mean, obviously you're graduated as well, right?
Yeah, 2023.
An unk such as myself. also
Yeah.
graduated into the workforce. That's why I wasn't able to be here last year, working over in the company down in Houston. But
Yeah, I mean, I'm a PTO right now, so.
yep, I'm actually in between getting to start a job the day I get back.
Oh my gosh.
So that'll be fun.
Yeah.
Working in Minnesota now.
Oh, that's exciting.
At McNeil's doing
Oh.
little garbage truck electrics. But
Congrats.
how has RoboMaster helped you? I mean, RoboMaster definitely helped me get a
Yeah.
job doing something like very similar to the competition, where now I'm going to be designing like the garbage truck arms and helping
Oh, cool,
do
sweet.
doing repairs and doing other things involving that and doing the CAD. How has RoboMaster helped you in your career?
Yeah, I mean, so I've been working at Helion Energy for, it'll be 2 years in August, so coming up. And I think like the reason that I was able to get my job was my RoboMaster experience. I did my, I had to give like a technical presentation in my interview, and I did
Yeah.
it for senior capstone at UW. We did like an Air UW plus UW capstone where we made a balancing robot. We haven't seen it
Nice,
here because
nice.
we didn't do a great job, but you know,
Uh,
first iteration, it worked. It drove a little bit. Wasn't quite good enough for the field, but just like I was able to do a presentation on machining the legs for that and like how I designed a lot of the mechanical components of that. And I think that like just the hands-on experience going from like designing things to like being the person who builds them was super helpful and like valuable in terms of getting a job, but then just like also like being at work. You know, you gotta. It's a startup, so I gotta wear a lot of different hats, which
Yep,
is like kind of
yep.
what happened on my team. So that was great. And also just shout out to Helion. They made a donation this year to
Nice.
support the competition and to support me running it as an employee. So yeah, shout out to Helion. Shout out to Fusion and Green Energy and the future.
Well, you know, the reason we do this competition is just to give everybody a great experience. I always have a blast every time I'm able to be here, commentate, and I'm sure the teams have a blast being in the heat of the competition. I'm sure referees at least have as much, and inspection
Oh, the
also
refs
have
have
as
the
much of a
best job
blast.
because they get to be right on the field the whole time.
Yeah.
I'm lucky if I make it out for a match or two a day.
But you know, we do all of it for
Yeah,
the fun of the love of the game,
exactly.
for the fun, and like
For the
great
community and for the learning
experience
too. Like the
Yeah.
biggest reason I'm coming back is because this program did so much for me, and I want to make sure that everybody else has that opportunity as well.
Yeah, that's the same way for me too, and I think we're going to be continuing to blossom into an ever-growing community of more teams, talking about a whole lot of different expansions
Yeah.
in the works. Possibly, we'll see how it all ends up shaking out.
Right. We're trying our best. We really want to try to keep up growth of the organization with growth of all of the teams. So
Yeah, and in the
definitely a
spirit of good-
challenge, but I'm really looking forward to taking that on with y'all.
And in the spirit of good competition, we're going to be waiting a little bit longer for these teams to go ahead and get their bots ready. So we are going to be cutting to a little bit of a break. Production has not told me how long that break might be. Maybe 10 minutes?
I don't know.
Either way, we're going to go
They don't
ahead.
let me out of inspection, so. I'm just kidding.
Yeah. Either way, I think
All
we're going to head
right.
on over to a break. So stick around, and we'll have the rest of the top 4 matches going on very shortly here.
Yeah, thanks, Matt. Thanks so much for having me.
Thank you, Natalie, for everything you do for this competition.
And thank you, RMNA community, for showing up.
See you guys in a
Great
bit.
to see you. Bye.
Chat, welcome back. All right, so we had a lot of roller coasters that y'all didn't need to get on the ride for, but here we are at the end of the roller coaster, which, as most roller coasters are, is also the beginning of the roller coaster. And we're back. University of Washington versus RHIT. That's who we will be seeing up next. I've returned your channel points to you. You've got a minute and 40 seconds to make your choice. Who do you think will take it down? Is Lucy going to win another match on their birthday?
Will there be more of a cause for celebration than just a birthday, or
They're having cake regardless.
well, they already? Yeah, exactly. They already got the celebration.
Actually, I'm getting a look from Ben now that kind of makes me think that maybe they only get a cake to share amongst the team if they beat UW. That's motivation. It's motivation for the team. On the other side of the field, we have the University of Washington, who very recently got their Sentry back to form, backfiring projectiles, notably few projectiles from one barrel. But, I mean, perhaps they've still been cooking. You know, they had a short break. They're back.
Hopefully they didn't leave the stove on. We'll have to see.
All right, but it will be RHIT University of Washington in a best of 3. Again, playing from the losers bracket. Both teams within the top 4. Difficult to call them I don't want to.
Yeah,
we're not calling them losers from the losers bracket, right? In a double elimination. Both teams extremely victorious throughout the week. You can see their robots lined up on the field. It'll be University of Washington in the blue versus RHIT in the red.
Ben channeling his inner Zen, trying to relax as best he can, as this match is one of the 2 top 4 matches before we move on to the final matches.
That giraffe is just legendary. Chat, can we get some cheers in chat for the giraffe? Some G's maybe? Some OGs in the chat for the giraffe?
OGs.
On the other side of the field, we do have the OGs. We have the University of Washington. Their
first
bots.
upset happening just today, Preston. RMNA history happened today. We'll see if that deters them from taking a dub, putting the dub in UW. We'll see if that's going to be the case based on their performance in this best of 3 top 4 match.
Eddie Marmar, first time chat there for the giraffe. We saw several giraffe hits land. The giraffe, if you're hopping in and you haven't watched an RHIT match recently, is a very, very tall hero robot launching golf balls at the enemy robots. MH Box, also first time chatter, cheering for RHIT. Y'all make sure you mash that follow button. Make sure you don't miss any of the content. We've got 2 matches left today, and then tomorrow we will be doing our semifinal and final match of the competition. Preparation period starting soon.
Referees on the field deliberating, making sure this is going to be a fair match. One of those referees, actually, shout out Connor, had, as I recently learned, made the 8th best chess bot in the entire world.
It's very impressive.
Crazy talent that we have on these RoboMaster teams, Preston.
You know, right now we're about to watch some of the top 4 RoboMaster bots in the entire world.
Yeah, that is going to be the case.
Crispy Kiwi cheering for UW in chat. Get some more chats for RHIT. Some more chats for ARUW. Very excited to see these 2 teams compete. Both of them have had really solid performance throughout the week. UW recently showing their firing sentry. RHIT recently showing their retreating sentry. Both teams evolving in the last seconds. I
think shooting is a bit more important than just moving back after your hit, though, because both robots have proved that they can get to the center, but occupying the center is a different story if you're not able to have the teeth to back it up.
ARUW loading up their projectiles. Those large wheels, I mean, this really is the battle of the diameters. You have like 8-inch Omni wheels on one side and like 2.5-inch Omni wheels on the other.
But you know, as they say, size does not matter. It's about what you do with it that counts.
We've got a shout out to Chimney from ARUW. On the other side of the field from Advanced Robotics at the University of Washington, Rose-Hulman Institute of Technology, the Thorn Bots.
Go crazy in the crowd.
Oh my goodness. RHIT has captured a portion of the ARUW chant, but adapted it to be about pilk, the cursed combination of Pepsi and milk that
Really
their team is
gonna
fond of.
bring that lore out of the stream, Preston. That's a deep dig. A&M's had that stuck in the off-topic channel for a long time. An RMNA classic since, I believe, 2021.
Hey, the classic ARUW chants coming across. Love to see these crowds here in person. If you are near the prize center, come on down, come give it a look.
These are certainly going to be the ones to watch, Preston. It is the top 4 of RoboMaster 2025 in the beautiful San Diego, California. UCSD campus being our gracious hosts. We very much appreciate being here. Been an absolute blast.
Amy in chat rooting for UW. I mean, so many of y'all rooting for UW, rooting for RHIT, shouting out just your friends, your family, I mean, look at the Brian.
But there's
and,
Brian. There he is, the legendary
Brian. And
Brian.
someday in the driver's seats. I want to take a look at the opposite side of the field in the driver box for RHIT. Got 2 of our Thornbots pilots getting ready.
Not much time left to be ready. 15 seconds before this match is going to be underway. We're going to find out who's making it to the finals tomorrow. Will it be the University of Washington in the blue or Rose-Hulman Institute of Technology in the red?
Shout out to Red Bull, one of our sponsors of the event.
I think I know what team they're rooting for given the name, right? Almost sounds like red-blue though, so it could be a little bit of both.
Yeah, they've got both on there. All right, chat, buckle up. 3, 2, 1. Bring on the bots.
The bots are bringing themselves onto the field.
RHIT led by their sentry one more time, heading towards the center. Both teams, though, 6 bots in the middle. The middle mayhem we were expecting. RHIT dealing a lot of damage, and it kills the UW standard.
As we've seen, First Blood is a very commanding lead to take, as that level advantage is great.
From the perspective now of that RHIT standard pushing forward. Rose-Hulman, look at the poke damage he's doing to the hero, forcing back the blue hero from UW. They're not even worried about the sentry because of the low fire rate from ARUW. It is launching projectiles, but you can see just one every second.
750 projectiles, you're not getting through that in an entire match.
Level 7 for the Thorn bots. Coming across now, level 8 is the standard. The standard and the sentry retreating at the same time. This is an opportunity for University of Washington. They're able to get a little chip damage down. Level 5 coming across as they retake the capture point.
University of Washington starting to earn points to catch up to RHIT, taking an early lead with 53 points. UW's growing number up to 20 now.
The sentry for RHIT coming on back out pretty much by itself. The standard making a good game time decision to roll out with it. Now level 9, running low on projectiles though. Getting chunked out. Really intense confrontation. Blue standard 3, red standard 3, both absolutely one shot. Overheat from red standard 3, preventing it from finishing off that UW standard, who gets away.
Oh, they also overheated, so same situation on both sides.
Really good game sense. Yeah, look at those. Both of those infantry bots making it back to base with like 10% health remaining as the giraffe comes to play.
RHIT holding their lead with a growing number of 85 points.
The game's about to get way tougher for RHIT though, as their sentry runs out of projectiles. It's going to return back to base. The hero for RHIT notably not firing a lot. 7 seconds until additional gold will drop, preventing their bots from really contesting that central buff point. 38 to 85, still RHIT in the lead.
UW might have added an extra 0 to the amount of time that they have to wait to fire projectiles with their sentry. Still
sitting in the giraffe, launching
projectiles
across the map from the base. Very difficult to land these shots, though.
Level 2 hero been kind of out of the action, not able to get those levels to be able to have that faster fire rate.
Now all of the gold and all of the projectiles from the map just I mean, this is going to be a gold efficiency game, Matt. One
The
has
levels
to
are
think.
even. The levels are even
But
too.
the sentry for RHIT holding the central buff point until it's taken to half health. It has to back off, but RHIT is ready for it. The Giraffe keeping those points ticking. Really, really good gameplay. 15 seconds left. The University of Washington has the only projectiles on the field. They push forward, chunking that level 2-handed hero very low. He's able to retreat behind the wall. Does not give over the victory points of death.
RHIT still has the lead, but University of Washington trying to shorten that as they're holding the middle buff point in the absence of RHIT's sentry that's been sitting there the whole time, even with 0 projectiles.
Yeah, the sentry for RHIT back in the center. University of Washington already controlled that
hero
central
hit
buff
on that
point.
sentry. Another hero hit on that sentry. RHIT sentry is going to be retreating at half health again.
Sitting in the Thornbot standard now, red standard 3 versus blue standard 3. Barrel heat going across.
That overheat is brutal and it's going to force a retreat, but they already were a little bit low on health, so dual purpose.
115 to 85, but look at the projectile counts. So low for either team. The Giraffe still choosing to fire from very far back. They land one as Red Hero deals 100 damage to the University of Washington's Hero bot. Both standards pushing forward. A lot more in the hopper for the University of Washington, though. 115 to 106. University of Washington clawing this back through accuracy percentages.
RHIT going to need to watch out as their standard is taken down.
That will move the lead over to RHIT.
The UW. UW is now
Excuse
taking the
me.
lead, 141 points to 116. RHIT was doing really, really well at the beginning, but this projectile shortage is brutal, man.
It is. Their sentry controlling the central buff point, so much health.
Oh!
If the Thornbots can just hold that center point 40 seconds, it will be enough. Whichever team can hold this center buff point, they don't need the kills. They would be nice, though.
Rose Holman landing 2 hero hits on.
Exactly tied is round 1 of RHIT UW, 141 to 142. And now RHIT, their sentry staying in the middle. It's getting taken low. It's getting taken low where the hero takes it down, bumping them up by 10. 18 seconds left to play. RHIT needs to stay in the middle, 155 to 161. But it's ejected. That's a really smart play from RHIT. We'll talk about it later. But RHIT with 8 seconds left to go. They pass it up to 163 to 181. The University of Washington gets a kill in the last 5 seconds of the game. And they take round 1.
What a nail biter of a match. Holy cow, University of Washington, congratulations on the first round, but that is certainly not the end of this match. There is still possibly 2 more rounds to go from how close that match was.
Oh my goodness. 3 kills for the University of Washington. I think 2 at least of those coming in the last 10 seconds of the match. That was incredibly close.
Consider the following, Preston. There are now 2,548 projectiles on the field as laid by both teams, shooting as much as they possibly could. Those ammo counts were just, as soon as the money came in, spending it on ammo, using that ammo, spending it on ammo, using it on ammo, trying to contest that center. The strategy of both teams seemed to be the same. University of Washington, though, notably, their sentry was not moving to the center point as RHIT was, even without ammo, which was giving them a decent lead and maintaining that lead pretty helpfully, having a robot be able to be there, even if it doesn't have projectiles, allowing the user-controlled ones to go back and refill.
Yeah. Crispy Kiwi watching this at the Seattle airport, waiting to go through security, hopefully flying into LAX to come and watch this grand finals tomorrow. Okay, we got a lot of things to talk about, not a lot of time. So chat, listen up. Listen up, turn your listening ears on because we're going to talk about it quickly. Ejecting the sentry, very, very smart move from RHIT, probably. So when your robot is malfunctioning, ejecting it will not give over the victory points.
That was a deciding factor in that
Yes.
match.
Yeah. Chat, make sure you're clipping pieces of that match. Clip the best part. What did you think the most exciting or the deciding point of the match was? Do you really think it was the last 30 seconds? Do you feel like it was earlier in the game when they allowed the University of Washington to get a kill? What was it that was the turning point in your opinion? RHIT getting ready for round 2. This is a best of 3, so this is match point for both teams.
I mean, this is where accuracy matters. I really think it's the biggest discussion I think we need to have is like the projectile counts. I mean, 2,500 projectiles fired and a lot of damage, but not as much as those projectiles would have been if every single one of them was hit. I think there's a big difference in, you know, being able to suppress and being able to kind of like put the get into the other driver's head by shooting at them, but hitting them is what really matters, especially for the victory points, which is one kill would have decided that match. It did decide that match in the way of UW, but if it hadn't gone the way of UW with that kill, they would have lost that, right?
Yeah, those last kills were really, really important. The only thing that my brain is thinking of, RHIT, so sentries have slightly different rules for respawn. If a sentry respawns, it is invulnerable for 10 seconds.
Versus the 5 that is of the driver control robots,
so
correct?
Because that sentry got ejected so close to the end of the game, I do wonder if that invulnerability period would have been long enough to help it hold the middle a little bit better.
University of Washington already had control of the middle at that point. They were just having the sentry there to occupy it if they were to leave. So I don't think it would have been that much of a decider. Not at least 11 seconds worth. That's for sure.
So close. Both teams getting ready. The match definitely gets more difficult for RHIT in the second half. Their sentry is fantastic, but after about minute 3, it will be out of projectiles and it will be a 2 versus 2. Hopefully at that point, what RHIT needs, what they're hoping for, is to have garnered an XP advantage based on the damage dealt by their sentry.
That damage dealt by their sentry, I mean, we've seen it be very, very accurate, but once it runs out of projectiles, it still is a very large contributing force to the team by getting those victory points by just occupying the middle whenever their driverless or whenever their driver robots are there. Having a driverless one in the middle without projectiles is a much better place than slightly off the middle, as we saw with University of Washington sentry, which was shooting some. Still wasn't convincing me enough that that's the performance that they're going to need to be like a deciding factor in their victory this time around.
Yeah, chat, I'm going to hit you with a 1-minute ad. That way we turn off pre-rolls so that any incoming viewers, any of your teammates, any of your friends, any of your families that are tuning in for round 2 are able to watch. Unless it's starting in 2 seconds.
It is starting in 1
Technical
second.
timeout's over. We're not running an ad. Send it.
No time for ads, only time for action. University of Washington in the blue, RHIT in the red. Oh, looks like we're going to have a bit of a technical timeout. Or maybe we're going to keep going if we're going to keep going.
University of Washington in the blue, RHIT in the red. The match on the line. 3, 2, 1. Bring on the bots.
Being brought on in a similar fashion to last time. Both teams making their way towards the middle. University of Washington winning the race.
Gold splits. Red standard 3, blue standard 3 meeting in the middle. Red standard 3 taking the worst end of this trade by far, but the sentry shows up and turns the tide. The blue hero below half health. The blue standard below half health. Can the sentry 1v2? It's a 1v3 in the middle. RHIT goes down. The hero from the University of Washington lands a massive hit.
And that's a huge deal. That sentry is a much higher level, and we need much more XP is given to the University of Washington. What will they do with this lead?
Yeah, they're going to be able to try and they're trying to spawn kill the sentry again. This would give them a huge XP advantage. The sentry for RHIT did not retreat upon respawn, and it's taken down again. Now level 9 for the UW standard, but level doesn't matter if you're in the gray screen simulator. Taken out is UW's standard.
RHIT's sentry not looking like it's able to spin to win. That's going to be a massive disadvantage to somebody like University of Washington, who has very, very competent CV. You cannot be a sitting duck in this situation.
Matt, I think the giraffe needs to push it back. You've got to get or eject the sentry or something. You can't just let your sentry sit in there. Can you just eject just for fun? Like,
I don't know.
Does something have to be wrong with the bot for you to be able to eject? Red standard 3, blue standard 3 fighting in the middle of the capture point, but this blue standard is level 10. The red standard catching up very quickly in levels, though. Level 8, level 9, level 10, 40 projectiles remaining. Both robots falling low, but it will be UW that takes the 1v1.
UW now in a very strong lead, 120-57. RHIT, though, controlling the middle zone.
Double kill.
University of Washington able to take that sentry out a third time. 60 victory points now coming from those sentry kills. RHIT back in their base, regrouping with their 2 humans. They've got to pull something crazy off. They've got to get the sentry out of the middle and get a lot of takedowns.
That's a lot of takedowns that you're going to need to overcome about 90-point deficit. That's going to be 5 kills.
RHIT sentry is capturing the center buff point, so before it's taken down.
Well, that was not up long enough to make up for the deficit of 20 points, which you cannot give up to University of Washington. University of Washington only having one more elimination needed.
17 more seconds to play. University of Washington, they don't even need the elimination, but they're probably going to go for it. RHIT chewing through the health of the UW hero. It's one shot, but it doesn't matter because the University of Washington is still holding the center point.
Everybody
Both of their bots,
no
5 health
help.
between 199, 200. Are you kidding me? The University of Washington with 20 health between both of their bots take round 2 and take the match, moving into the top 3. What on earth? Are you kidding me?
I'm surprised none of those robots died at the very end of that, because
No
that was
way.
so low health on
Matt, that would have
everybody.
been a 40-point swing. The sentry for UW has no intelligence. It would not have run to the middle. There would have been 198. It would have been 40 points over to RHIT. There would have been a hope. There would have been a dream. That was incredibly close.
That was
Holy
incredibly close,
smokes.
which is exactly what we expect to see from these teams, and what a great showing. RHIT not going home empty-handed, though. They at least have the cake to celebrate the birthday, and that performance was a cause to celebrate.
What is
enough.
this game mode? How is any game that was absolutely insane. I mean, that's the esports equivalencies here are wild. It's like an open Nexus backdoor with like 1 HP last hit. It's just absolutely crazy. It's a blind head. I can't hear myself anymore, but wow. RHIT, congratulations. What a match. I mean, that's footage you're not mad about. Those are crazy games.
Like I said, still cause to celebrate even if the win wasn't secured. That's something to go home and show your friends, show your family. That was insane.
Oh, yeah.
But I think there's one thing that we can't ignore, and that was the fact that University of Washington had, what was it? It was 120 points, so 6 kills worth 100. That's 120 victory points. That's 2 minutes of holding the zone. I think a whole lot of that snowball really started when that first kill on the Sentry. That first kill on the Sentry giving a massive level lead to University of Washington. University of Washington
5
wasting
levels
no
to both
time.
bots. Yeah.
I mean, it just turned into a death match of just as fast as you could get those kills coming out. 120 points that's more than half of the victory points was from the kills alone.
That was incredible. Chat, please clip it. I'm just remembering now to hit clip. Make sure y'all hit clip.
Well, we'll have the VOD.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, let me put a marker in the VOD. Clip it, chat. Send it to your friends. Throw it in your Discords.
Yeah, all the
That-
matches will be posted to the YouTube as separate, different videos once we get through after the competition's over, do the post-production stuff, and get all that stuff separated out for everybody to be able to go and show your friends, show your family what you're doing here at RoboMasters 2025 in beautiful San Diego, California.
I did not expect when we started this year. I didn't expect the crazy close games. I mean, we saw A&M went around by a point.
A single
I
point,
need to
yes.
know. Can
11
we-
points was, I believe, the difference between RHIT and UW in their first round.
Yes.
And
Yeah.
man,
I mean,
and at the end there, that could have, like you said, that could have very easily swung the other direction. All those robots had minuscule amounts of health. A single projectile from
I think
a
combined
hero would have gotten
health
any of
must-
them.
I mean, I think a standard at this point. I think combined they probably had 30 HP between them.
And on both teams, though. RHIT was also super low.
That was insane. I have things I want to talk about. I have strategy I want to talk about. I just need to get the heart rate down. The hero target selection seems to be among the top teams the differentiator. So if your hero bot hits other members of the team, it will get XP. But we've actually seen that, in my opinion, be slightly detrimental to some of these teams where their hero scares off the enemy team, meaning your standard doesn't get to level up. It's analogous to like they're taking all the XP, right? They're stealing all the minions.
Yeah.
And now you have a hero that's level 10 and you have a level 1 standard, which doesn't play well in RMNA.
You gotta
need-
have that standard be a high
do.
level. We see how much that makes a difference. I mean, a level 10 standard from University of Washington, I believe in like the first 1 or 2 minutes after they got a second kill on that Sentry, because not only does the XP matter based on if you do damage to the robot, if you do damage to the target, does your robot actually get the XP, but also the level difference. And so these Sentries start at level 10. That is a huge amount of
Crazy.
XP compared to getting a level 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 robot. It's
Hey, Evan.
huge power spike.
Mr. Evan, electrical lead from the Thornbots, or Ben. I would love to do an interview with someone from RHIT, maybe Lucy, your captain, or Ben, the old dirty captain. Whoever you want to throw in here, just pick someone in the next like 5 minutes, send them on in. Okay, cool. Hop on in here. Matt, if you can swap your headset over to Ben.
Yes, sir.
I would love to just chit-chat, hear the thoughts from RHIT. Normally, when a team gets eliminated, we try to give them some time. We try to give them some space before we throw them in a chair. But I can't imagine that you're feeling bummed out. That was incredible.
Absolutely. No, we're having a great time. We're very, very happy with this result. Top 4 is a huge deal for us. And, you know, going down against one of the best.
In, like, the craziest fashion ever. That was insane. What do you think of the new game mode? I mean, it's generating some really close games, some very strategic games. What are your thoughts?
Absolutely. I missed the base for sure.
Yep.
But not being base rushed by VT this year was very nice. And I think we've done a lot better with this format.
Awesome. Yeah, I think one of my favorite points of the new game mode of the Switch is that your strategies almost always have to involve the other team. With the old style game, you could build long range heroes and try and have a poke comp where you just chew through the shield from your own base. Y'all do have the giraffe bot, which would have probably been really good at shooting the base from full court. But we've seen that giraffe bot land a lot of shots. Tiny wheels, really tall bots. The mechanical engineer in me cries, but it's working out so well. Can you talk a little bit behind the design motivators that pushed y'all towards those decisions?
Yeah, absolutely. And I know that tomorrow at RMTC, we will have a whole presentation about simulation-based design for our mechanical team. So definitely come see that. We've had some members put a lot of work into that, so we're very excited for that. But yeah, just looking at our designs, and to be honest, some of it was just a matter of what we thought would be fun and ways to change up the game. Our hero initially was designed to shoot over the standard, which it can do.
Oh my goodness, y'all can stack?
You can stack, so you can shoot standard in front, hero in the back, and it can hit the lowest armor panels allowed. But that's we found that's not quite as useful in this game mode.
Well, that's awesome. I hadn't thought about that before, but we have seen 1 or 2 teams today that actually push their sentry with their hero. Y'all didn't need to. Your sentry's been phenomenal. Shout out to your CV team, your electrical team, who have pulled off a really impressive feat. But I mean, in a backup case, that hero still would have. I mean, you could have body blocked, right? That level 10 sentry could have been a shield early game. You could have done level 1 hero behind it. Had some really funny strats there. So very innovative, very unique.
Thank you.
In the RMNA area, which is super sweet. Chat, if you have any questions for Ben or for RHIT, please let me know. Shar, I would love to look at the last like 20 seconds of that last round. I hear maybe you have it. You take your time, get it up here when you get it. I want to see. Those health bars were so low.
Yes.
We were probably 2, maybe 3 standard projectiles from who knows what, right? It would have been 40-point swing. Y'all would have had control of the center buff.
Yeah.
I'm going to look at the replay with you maybe and see if there was enough time. But regardless, I mean, just fabulous competition. Your sentry executed throughout the whole week very, very well. You've got to be so proud of your whole team.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm thrilled to be a part of the team and having gotten to be a part of it for the past 4 years. All the amazing people who have been a part of it, and of course all the people who have helped us, and all the other teams here especially. We would not be this good without everyone's help, especially UW in the end, ironically.
There we go. Well, is there anyone else that you want to shout out, Ben? Anything else? I mean, now that y'all are finishing your run in the bracket, you've revealed to me this awesome secret hero strat. Think about that while we scroll through. We are gonna pan on through.
Both robots have proved that they
if you
get
just
to the
click on
center,
the source, it'll give you a
occupying the
bar
center is a different
across
story if you're not
above
able
the top of your sources. Yep, and then that'll let you drag. Perfect. So looking at your replay. From here is probably fine. Look at this. So it's 52 to 86. Y'all are dragging a little bit. The sentry going down to that hero, obviously a big game changer in round 2.
Yes.
Not ideal.
No,
suboptimal.
Not
but we've seen it throughout the week. The hero positioning can be crazy. The hero can be very, very influential. Spawn killing, I think, getting 60 victory points from this sentry.
Yes, once it went down and it was no longer able to move, then it was just feeding kills.
Any idea why it didn't retreat?
We're not exactly sure right now.
Okay.
During the match, we did ask for it to be ejected.
Oh.
Yes.
So I actually had asked, I mean, over chat, I had thrown that in there as well, because that's what, y'all were so quick during round 1 to eject.
Yes.
I knew that y'all were privy to the fact that that is a valid, legitimate way of strategy, and would have saved y'all probably at least 50 victory points in this second round to have that bot ejected rather than spawn killed. But here's that final moment, 182, 2 minutes and 40 seconds, plenty of time left.
Oh.
I can't tell if we're going in slow-mo or if it's just choppy, but I mean, look at that.
Yeah.
University of
Oh,
Washington's
the
hero
hero's
so
so
low.
close.
Just wait, the standard to standard confrontation, the UW standard also gets so low. You're now with 3 seconds left. I think you're only 30 HP away from a double kill, 40 victory points over, taking control of the central buff. You wouldn't be allowed in that match to get any more deaths, right?
No,
you couldn't give up the
absolutely
central
not.
buff point, so it would have been a very tough position. But still, I mean, just a very, very impressive round from both sides.
Thank you.
The standards were awesome. Ben, it is a pleasure. I know the whole community really loves the Rose-Hulman team. Y'all have built amazing bots while building amazing people. Like y'all are a beloved member of the RMNA community. I've never met any team that has anything negative to say about your team, which is incredible. Y'all are super duper. Hopefully we get to see a lot more of y'all throughout the years. Excited to see your presentations at the Robomaster Technical Conference.
Absolutely.
Anything else you want to shout out? Any sponsors?
thank you.
Any faculty advisors that you want to shout out specifically
Yeah,
this year?
absolutely. Let me just shout out Dr. Nathan Brooks, as well as Lee Daigle and Tom Rogie. They've been our biggest supporters throughout this year. Dr. Liao, who's our travel advisor right now. They've all helped us so much, and we just want to thank everyone who's been involved.
Awesome. Thank you so
All
much,
right.
Ben.
Thank you so much.
All right, we got a bunch of shout-outs in chat for Alex Stedman. So proud of AR UW. Yeah, UW clutching that game up. I mean, at the same time, when you see a team so close from snatching it back, you also see a team hold on just long enough to take the win. AR UW, they made it. They held on
Both robots
to that
held
central
on
buff
just
point.
long enough to not. I was surprised we didn't see at least one of those robots go down.
Yeah, I mean,
With
that
how- it
hero
was
was
so
probably
low.
within like a collision or two.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if it was sub 10 health. No, they were also level 10 heroes. It was level 10 hero at least on University of Washington, so that's could have been a little bit more than 10 because you can get those heroes pretty tanky.
I am curious with Ben saying that they attempted to eject their robot. I wonder if I'll get clarification from the referees. I do wonder if that's if it's allowed to be ejected if nothing's wrong. Right? I brought that up during the match. We didn't have long to discuss it because it was so action-packed. Wow. Excellent job from both teams. Oh, I need to scroll way forward in YouTube. I hope I didn't miss YouTube chat questions. YouTube chat, if I missed your questions, I apologize. I'll get them in there. Don't worry. I'm scrolled forward now. All right, so that was UW versus RHIT going the way of the University of Washington. Reminder that our last match for the day will be Colorado Boulder versus Virginia Tech.
That's gonna be the match to watch as well. I mean, I would not be surprised if we get another close showing like we just saw, and like we've been seeing all day. These elims have just been, like I said it before, I'll say it again. These elims have been just absolute bangers.
Shark,
It's been so fun to watch.
Can we
today.
cut to the overhead view of the field? I'm not going to rumor mill. It's not who I am on this channel. You want to come check out Rep?
Until
Maybe
you
we'll
put up
talk a different story.
Until you put up the rumor mill
Gotta
on
have
the,
a rumor
on the
banner.
banner.
That's right.
Yeah.
But looking at the field, I do notice all of the bots in their final resting place from round 2. This is indicative that they are still discussing this appeal. But yeah, Crispy Kiwi, it will be VTCU next. Taking a peek. Matt, you've said it, I've said it. If that sentry, we're running it back.
We are running it
We're
back.
running
We're
it
gonna
back.
see it again.
Crispy Kiwi, the next match is University of Washington versus RHIT. Let's go. Valid, though. Freaking
Absolutely valid.
Honestly,
6 kills, that's 40 victory points. That would have been at least 40 seconds of sitting on the buff point, if not obviously the 2 kills that the Sentry provided. Also the huge level advantage. It's going to be really, really nice to be able to see this match one more time.
Yeah, agreed. Marcus R in chat cheering for Roboto, excellent team from Italy. So let's explain to chat because we don't have very long. Here's what's happening. During that match, well, you know what? I'll wait to explain exactly what's happening. But rumor banner above my head, RHIT told me that they had tried to eject their Sentry. The Sentry was not ejected. It would have been a game-changing amount of points.
What is the purpose of an ejection for those of us who might not be as familiar or maybe a little bit newer?
Sure. So ejecting a robot can have a lot of different purposes. One is safety. You know your robot's best. If your Sentry goes haywire and you think it might just launch projectiles full speed into the crowd, you can eject it.
Yeah.
If you see that your robot has like a battery or a wire hanging out or is loose or is damaged, you can eject your robot. The referees will eject your robot for safety reasons if they notice as well, but you're the one that designed it. You know what's going wrong, so typically we see that come from the captains. Ejections can also be strategic. So you have to have 2 robots to play the game in this 3v3, but you are allowed to eject a robot. So frequently this happens, for example, if you have a wheel fall off or if you tip over and you're no longer mobile, it is better for your team if you eject your robots, basically kicking them out of the match so that they're not just spawn killed ad nauseum, giving the other team unlimited free XP and victory points.
And now more than ever, where whenever you go down, you give the other team 20 victory points. That does not happen with an ejection, and that's the important part because that's 20 seconds on the buff zone or another robot being knocked out in an actual confrontation as opposed to the one that you wanted ejected. So in this case, if they would have been able to eject that, they would not have gained a massive level advantage. They would not have gained a massive point lead, and that would have been a pretty big setback for University of Washington if that ejection had gone through.
I hear from official word that Peter's still deciding. Oh, we're running it back.
We're running it back.
We're running it
We
back.
gotta
We're
run
good.
it back.
We're good, chat. We're deleting the big, giant, bolded text on my screen. We are officially running it back. UW versus RHIT. This will be a run back of just round 2, correct? So
yes.
UW will keep their win from round 1, still match point. RHIT still backs to the wall, but you know what? If you're as tall as a giraffe, you don't mind having your back to the wall. You can just shoot from there.
That's absolutely right, Preston. And they've been proven that they can shoot from as many places on the field as they can. But we're going to see that one more time. And I think, the only people that might view this as a setback, in terms of their record would be University of Washington because they, previously, obviously, as you see at the bottom of the screen, they see it's 0-2 right now. That means University of Washington would be advancing. However, that might no longer be the case depending on the performance of RHIT as we saw in that super close first match. The only real reason the second match was not that close was honestly because of that Sentry. That early level lead, we've seen what University of Washington can do whenever they take that. They take full advantage of
Chat, let's get some hype
Sentry.
in the chat. If you haven't hit follow, hit the follow button. If you want to give us your Twitch Prime, do it now. Now is the moment. Support RMNA. Get in here. Be in here. Redo RHIT UW round 2 losers bracket final 4. The closest games we've seen. Running it back.
Content so much.
Oh
we
my
gotta
gosh.
see it a second time.
Oh, you are right. So to your point of what made round 2 so difficult for RHIT, they don't have enough time to change up what the Sentry's going to do, so I expect I'll see a change from what the humans do. They have to go out with that Sentry and defend it. They've got to make sure the hero can't land so many hits on it. I mean, it wasn't spin to winning very well in round 2, so those are the changes I'm expecting to see.
I don't know if RHIT, round 3 asterisk. Officially, it'll be round 2 again. So now, contrary to what is shown on the bottom of the screen, is actually RHIT 0, University of Washington 1, and this is going to be the second round of the best of 3 match. RHIT will need to win 2 rounds back to back in order to win the match in their favor and advance into the finals tomorrow.
Bryce Starr giving a shout out to the graduating seniors of AR UW. Yes, Scorp Viz, we do get a second fire match, 100%.
I think if any match was going to be repeated today, this is the showing I want to see.
I'm so ready.
I'm so ready. We're so back. Back for second helpings. Always great.
I mean, as a lover of RoboMaster's content, I'm cheering for RHIT in round 2 to see if we can go all the way to a round 3. Production writing on our screen that we are so back. Making it official. It's on the screen. It's legit. We're running it back, chat. All right.
What does RHIT need to do to overcome that slight deficit that they had in University of Washington? What do you think, Preston? I think it's a little bit of accuracy. I want to hear what you have to say.
Hero target selection is the name of the game. If UW Hero and UW Standard can choose the same target, just like in any esport, if they can focus the same person on the enemy team, they will have much greater success than if the Hero and the Standard are trying to level up separately. You get a lot more XP for taking down an enemy robot than for dealing damage.
And I think the best thing to focus would be that Sentry. If you can get that super big level early lead, if it's an easier target to hit.
I think you need to put some respect on the RHIT Standard and Hero. I think if both the UW bots are firing at the RHIT Sentry, I think you might give you risk a double kill going over to RHIT.
Oh, you 100% do.
You're right, a higher reward if they get that Sentry down, but the risk becomes so great. If RHIT can take advantage, if they can use correct target focus and get like the Standard, for example, Toast from UW, it will give over levels, it will give over XP, and then 3v1, I don't think the Hero stands a chance.
Just like leveling up right before a gank in the bot lane, yes, I do think it is important to get as many levels as you can, as fast as you can, especially to give you that early level advantage, because level 1 is just such a hard mountain to overcome, especially whenever you're going against these competent sentries, because those competent sentries start at level 10 with 750 projectiles ready to go and loaded. They don't have to go back and buy anything. They can just shoot all 750 of those without ever leaving that middle point, as long as, you know, their code isn't telling them to go back and get some more health. Which is, obviously a very good strategy to make sure that your sentry doesn't die.
I think robot positioning is also something that RHIT, I mean, obviously they're thinking about, obviously they're working on and doing really a great job of. We saw it with Virginia Tech. I've seen it now with RHIT because of the self-driving that those bots are doing so well. You want to make sure you're staying out of their way still.
Yes.
Right? Allowing them to navigate quickly and easily back to the base when they get to half health. UW will chase. They will chase for those kills. They're not afraid of going all the way behind your banners, all the way to your base.
Yeah. Or blocking you from doing so.
Yeah.
Trying to play super aggressive.
Yep.
We didn't see that here, though.
We didn't. We didn't see it in that previous round, but it's not something that we are blind to or new to in RMNA. RoboMasters has a storied history of, for example, driving on the other team's side and shooting the power rune so that they mess up their attempt.
Yep.
There are many defensive maneuvers that are strategy-based.
And that's what it's really going to boil down to right here is strategy. I think as soon as you can get those early kills, get that early level lead, and just take full advantage of that, just like you said, Preston, with priority targeting, that's the name of the game. But with that priority targeting, it's one thing to be looking and shooting at a robot, and it's another thing to be hitting them. We saw in the first round of RHIT having a bit of an issue with, not necessarily an issue with accuracy, they were just volume of fire, they were just getting as much out as they could, and ended up running low on projectiles.
I have a question for you. As my brain's churning, I think I'm cooking. Do you kick your sentry out if you're RHIT when it runs out of projectiles? Or do you just keep letting it go back into the middle?
We saw it get so many points worth and also able to
RHIT, I would recommend you don't raise your hand to talk to me about your strategy before round 3. I appreciate it. Oh, you have a rules clarification. Yeah.
Yeah, we're in communication with the ref desk. We are very in tune to what's going on.
Super friendly. Want to communicate with us. But right now, I think you just keep all your secrets, keep all the dark magic on your side of the map, and let the commentators just theory craft.
But yeah, RHIT having a little bit of an issue with connecting those projectiles. They were shooting them, but hitting the armor panels on University of Washington whenever they got those whirlwinds of spin to win as they're moving around, despite going over the bumpy road,
they were winning that 2v2 at the end. We just watched the replay. They absolutely
100%,
smoked them.
100%.
It's just it was a little too late after all the other.
it's like whenever you're playing a mage, right? You got to make sure that you're conserving your mana. You blow all your mana super fast. You got to back. Now you got to go and in this case, there's a finite supply of mana in the base. You have to make sure that you're rationing that to be able to last the whole round. It seemed like RHIT came out super strong and then started losing steam once they started just not being able to go back and fill up their projectiles simply based on the economy.
Yeah, and that also goes back to target selection, right? So once you've leveled up, you don't really get anything for dealing damage. If you can't finish off the other bot, you don't get any victory points. So especially as we start to burn through gold and robots start to get to level 9, level 10, you want to make sure that if you're launching projectiles, yes, part of it is to force the other team off of that central buff point, but you want to make sure that at the end of that minute, like the last 20 seconds of each minute, that you have more projectiles than your opponent. Chat, we don't usually have to talk about economy, so quick rundown. Each team starts with a couple hundred gold. Standard projectiles are like 1 gold apiece. Hero projectiles are about 10 gold apiece. Throughout the match, every minute on the minute, so at minute 4, minute 3, minute 2, minute 1, the team will receive an extra amount of gold from the game itself. Those gold points, like I said, allow you to buy projectiles. Those are virtual projectiles, so even if you see a robot get a scoop or a spoonful of 17 millimeters, if they're out of virtual projectiles, they will not be allowed to fire.
And if you want to experience something like this for yourself, there's actually Robo Souls free on Steam made by SCUT, one of the universities in China that made a simulation of this game which is fit to the rules. It's not this map, because this map is actually unique to North America. However, it is similar in terms of you don't really realize how quick you lose those projectiles. You know, you get into just trying to shoot and you're like, oh, I'm suppressing them, I'm pushing them off the point. This is great, I've got the point. Oh wait, I only have 15 projectiles left. Whenever they come back, I'm not gonna have the teeth to be able to hold my position. I gotta fall back. And that's where RHIT goes, well, you know, my hero's getting projectiles and it can still stand guard over the center, but it's still really hard to connect those 42 millimeter golf ball sized projectiles halfway across the field into the buff point on robots that are doing spin to win and doing it really well. Being evasive, I think, is what UW has been able to do very well against RHIT. And that evasion has, I mean, that won them the first round. Not being able to have the damage taken by the projectiles fired, and like you said, getting the kills. That is very, 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 very important, because that 20 points is a big deal, as well as the downtime that causes by the revive and invulnerability periods, as well as reviving to very low health. You're going to have to try and run back or limp back to your base and not get shot during that time, so that you can actually get your health back and not give up another 20 points back to back. I'm just curious to see, I think the biggest decider of this game is going to be how RHIT's Sentry is able to behave, because we saw in the first time, like you said, it was going back and you said, is it better to eject it or is it better to leave it in if it runs out of projectiles? And the first match, the answer was a very clear, do not eject. You need to make sure that you're having a bot in the middle, just collecting those points whenever University of Washington is having to retreat, especially since University of Washington is taking a very cautious approach by not having their sentry on the point. That's a very distinguishing factor in what really gave RHIT, I believe, the strong commanding lead that they had in that first bit. And the sustain over time, I mean, I think it's just better to be moving there if you're able to be evasive. But if you're not able to have that spin to win code like we saw in the previous round, and you go into the middle and you're an easy target for UW's extremely good CV, it's going to be a no-brainer for 2, 3, 4 shots for that sentry to go down real quick to a hero. And that's what we saw the first time. We might see it again, depending on how RHIT is able to use their sentry in this next match.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you, Matt.
There's a lot to ruminate on.
There's a lot.
There's so many different things that we haven't really had to encounter.
And then, I mean, just the fact that these teams might end up playing 4 rounds back to back to back to back after playing less than an hour, or I guess now at this point, like 2.5 hours ago, we got to start thinking about, like, did they bring enough batteries to the field? Should they be running to the pit to grab more? Should they be throwing batteries on chargers? Like,
these are good
how
points
low
too.
can you let batteries get before it starts to really affect your robot performance on these guys?
It's him from University of Washington showing that they got 4 batteries on
Hey,
reserve.
they got them on deck. They're ready. UW's ready to go the distance. Wouldn't expect any less.
I mean, they're prepared for anything, as we've seen. They've been prepared for many different shortfalls that they've had throughout this competition as they've been building their robots better every single time we've seen them, and this matchup's no exception.
Yeah. Referee desk, if you can hear me, just make sure that you tell me that everything's just chilling, because the robot's still in the middle of the field. No update yet in my communication source from the ref desk, so we should be fine. I don't think there's any changes to what we currently understand is happening. So one of the other things that I haven't considered is typically in a best of 5 for RoboMasters, there is a 10-minute mandatory period break in between some of those rounds to break up this huge match because of robot damage. I mean, battery swapping, just a larger preparation period. Because this is still a best of 3, I don't think that that will happen. And these games are so close, I don't know that either team is really going to want to use their technical timeout, because either one of these teams has a great chance of making it back into the winner's bracket where you'll want a technical timeout if you need it versus CU or VT.
At the same time, though, if University of Washington takes this next round, they'll put the dub in UW and put it through to the finals. So, you know, better to use it now than, I mean, it's always good to use it when you need it, though, as opposed to saving it for next year, because it's not coming back. And what matters now is this year, Preston, this year, 2025.
Yeah. All right, also things to note, chat. You're going deep in RoboMasters rules and grit now in the chat, so stick with us. Yes, RHIT made an appeal from the red team. I believe that because their appeal won or succeeded or was valid or whatever the correct term is, that appeal will be returned to them. You get one appeal. If your appeal is valid, you get to use an appeal again later in the game.
Kind of like challenging a flag or different kinds of plays or lack of flag in football.
All right, both teams now entering the field, starting to put their robots into the location. You can see the round totals have been adjusted, corrected back down. The University of Washington still the champions of round 1, but now 1-0 in a best of 3.
Swapping
UW
out those
versus
batteries,
RHIT.
getting the fresh power. They're going to need all of that power because this is, you cannot be caught with a low battery with limiting chassis power. You want to make sure that you got everything you need, all the tools at your disposal to be successful here, because as we saw from that first match, both teams need it. It's just so close.
All right, Ref Tudor giving me information in the dock saying that tomorrow they will not eject sentries anymore. Interesting. We'll discuss it later. That's after the match
That's a
talk.
further discussion. Yeah, we got a little bit left, a little bit of time left. 2 minutes and 56 seconds on this technical timeout, or on this, I guess, time between matches, as it were. Just a little bit longer than normal.
I mean, that ejection was not necessary due to malfunction, right? But all 3 bots looking really good from both sides. So I expect this to be, I expect this to be a full 3v3 still. Sometimes these long waiting duration periods can do weird things. We saw NUS in the years past have like a 7 timeout span after which their sentry didn't work. I don't think that'll be the case here. I expect all 6 bots again in the middle, total mayhem mashup.
Projectiles flying all over the back. I think there might have been a little bit of a misfire. You know,
Can someone clip that? Can someone
we're
clip
used to
the
being under
projectile
fire.
and then Tim putting on his safety glasses? Because I loved that moment.
When in
great.
Rome.
Yep. All right, those UW bots still looking really good. The University of Washington poised on the match point to take the match. Round 1 secured, round 2 now in the replay. Can UW take it down? Look at that. The CV looking really good for that sentry. Both heads turning.
I suppose you could consider this this rematch as a birthday present to Lucy on RHIT with that birthday.
A little bit, but at the same time, it ain't a present. They
Yeah,
earned
it
Here we
ain't
go.
a present. They totally earned it. Yes.
Minute 13 to go. The hero, the Standard, the Century for the University of Washington, all of them enabled with computer vision, all of them these large 8-inch diameter Omni wheels ready to zoom with supercapacitor speed over the bumps, over the terrain to engage against RHIT in the red. The Giraffe Hero, the Skyscraper, the bot that we now know can fit over either of the other bots, strategically defending itself, forming a super bot, some might say.
Super bot's one way to describe it, but I think all the bots on this field are super given the performances that we've seen from them so far.
Getting lots of cheers in chat for ARUW, for Brian. For someday, we're ready. Everyone's cheering. We got RHIT also cheering in the chat. We got people in YouTube chat who were here for the CUVT match. Yeah, you guys are still waiting as we jump into round 2 of RHIT versus the University of Washington. We have an official timeout.
Well, no better time to use it than when you need it.
An
That's
official
all I gotta
timeout
say.
meaning a referee official timeout or an official timeout from a team. So this is another thing that came up a couple years ago, Matt. If a match is replayed, any timeouts that were used during that match are returned to the team because technically that match is struck from the record. It didn't count. It doesn't do anything. It's an official, it's not a team timeout, it's an official timeout. So no one will enter the field. This timeout is used by the referees if there's a system with the ref, if there's an issue with the ref system, maybe with the server, maybe with a driving station.
Well, considering they've been out there for a while, it could be any number of things.
Could be
Might
anything.
just need to be a simple unplug, replug with a network cable. Who knows?
I mean, they could be on the phone with the RoboMasters official committee, with the committee saying, wow, guys, this is the best RoboMasters we've ever seen. Do you have a minute to chat with us before you start round 3? I don't know. It could be any number of things. Hey, here's some vacuum cleaners, I think, on the other side of our field getting ready for the Engineer Challenge. Nope. It's a reciprocating saw, not a vacuum cleaner, but still, chat, get ready and make sure you're subscribed to the YouTube and following on the Twitch. That way you don't miss when we drop those Engineering Challenge videos. We will be releasing those as post-produced films, post-produced content for y'all.
Only a couple teams showing up with an engineer this year, but enough to put on a pretty good show.
Yeah, I'm excited to see more of these RMNA teams bring this skill over to mainland China for the full UC competition. We got more chats, both Mr. and Mrs. Harden in the chat for RHIT, giving some shout outs to Ethan. All right, Matt, we talked about batteries. I'm starting to get even more worried. Now we're having an official timeout. Hopefully it's very short, but now the robots are on. Previously, they were just kind of turned off in the middle of the map with some level of power, right? Because they were turned off by the ref systems. They were still toggleable, but not nearly as much as the current state. A Sunny Fly had left the chat, got a clutch text from a buddy that Rose had a chance, and he's back. Sunny Fly in the chat, rooting for Rose. That's true. Audience members, if you have a fan, a friend, a mom, a dad, an amigo that has left the chat online, make sure you let them know that we're running it back. Bring them back in.
Because it's going to be a match to watch.
Hosemeister says, UW, you got this. ... again.
Refresh my memory on history, Preston. Has UW ever lost a round before today? I know they haven't lost a match.
Oh, yeah. I mean, if you go back to
lost a round?
2021, if you go back to 2021, the grand finals went to 5 between Virginia Tech and the University of Washington.
I should remember because I believe I was the one talking about him with you.
We got some cheers for Brian in the chat again. Man, there's a lot of Brian love. There's proposal posters. There's frequent chatters. University of Washington really sharing that support for Brian. We're also getting a lot of either giraffe or camel emojis, and I love it. You know, production, based on the fabulous performance of this giraffe hero, we might need to make a giraffe hero emoji for our Twitch and Tier 1 subscribers.
That's certainly
Add it to
something
the
we can
list.
work on as a production team. Bashar already taking the steps in that direction.
We got some Evan and some Lucy fans as well in the YouTube chat. This technical timeout came in with 3 seconds left on the game clock.
Like,
It's interesting that one of the bots shows negative 31 projectiles allowed. It'll initialize at the ref system and it won't be a problem.
looks like they might be swapping batteries again. No, just a quick check.
Looks like the official timeout either yielded something or it's going to take even longer, so they're turning off the bots. Looks like they're turning off the robots to conserve power. All right, chat, lock in. This is going to be a minute. That's what that means.
Thanks for sticking with us as we are all eager to watch this next match, or this next round. And also the next match, but the next round first and foremost. Considering it's going to decide who's going to be in the finals tomorrow.
Hey, Christian, can we get a roaming cam on the engineering comp setup? Could be cool. Could be a fun way to... Nah, Nathaniel thinks it wouldn't be cool. But you know what? We all think Nathaniel's cool. So, ARUW doing some cheers, doing some chants to keep the hype up, to keep their drivers motivated.
I don't think there's going to be any issue with hype the second this match starts, Preston, because it's going to be electric.
All right, so let's talk about the consequences of this match. We've talked about what they need to do. We've talked about how fabulous these teams are. UW RHIT, the winner will go on to face the loser of Virginia Tech versus CU, which is scheduled to be played after this match. Oh man, Virginia Tech CU I would have said goes the way of VT, but then VT had those issues with their robots that are giving them trouble in inspection.
Which is why they weren't playing earlier, but we do want to see them play because they've been obviously a titan in this competition.
Yeah, the favorite
with
to
an
win, I
indomitable
believe.
standard. Or century, sorry. Well, indomitable on all fronts, but primarily their century being the most impressive thing they got on their arsenal.
The loser of the loser of RHIT versus UW will be the 4th place team for RMNA 2025. The winner going on to play against VT or CU. And then the winner of that round will continue on to fight in the winner's bracket versus the winner of VT versus CU. And then, Matt, tomorrow, when we're watching those two matches, there is potential for a third match. If the loser's bracket team beats the winner's bracket team, they will go to a second match. Because it is a true double elimination bracket, you have to beat the winner twice if they came from the winner's bracket.
With these matches being as close as they are, Preston, it's anybody's game. And honestly, more matches is just more stuff for us to watch, and we are here for that content.
A Dapper Frog asking if this is real. Yes, this is real. Some shout outs for the Speedmaster, aka Nathaniel Speed. Oh, you know what? I could throw Nathaniel's face in the chat. Look at this. He has his own emote.
You can get this too
Boom.
with a Tier 1 subscription.
Yeah, we're a Twitch Prime sub.
Or Twitch Prime sub, which is free
Yes.
if you have Twitch Prime. Or if you have
Yeah.
Amazon Prime. And it greatly, greatly helps us put on a great show for all of you guys at home, all you folks here in person. We love doing it. We're going to keep doing it for the love of the game. Looks like we're going to be bringing on the legendary Speedster, Mr. Nathaniel Speed. been buried in inspection, helping robots pass it. Little sleep, a lot of knowledge, and a whole lot of passion. Here he is.
I tell you what, I know a thing or two because I've seen a thing or two, and I have
That you do.
seen some things at this competition, man. Oh, yeah, we've been working nonstop in inspection. The robots are just coming, like, they're coming nonstop through the lines. You have random stuff that just decides to not work. Code says, I don't want to work today. And teams are like, what am I going to do? Well, we got the box of shame. So the box of shame is like it's about 3 meters by 3 meters. It's in the corner of the inspection room. It's got a beautiful sign, and it basically encompasses the feeling of being in the box of shame, which is sheer panic. And why is the thing that I was testing in the pits not working right now?
Hey, that's the RoboMaster version of, well, it worked in CAD, right?
Yeah, well, CAD is cool when you follow it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
CAD
Whenever
is,
you got to make the field renovations or stuff breaks, you got to fix it, and it's not just as it was whenever you drew it up first time around.
CAD is really cool when everything actually goes to plan, but in the world of mechanical engineering and design, there are tolerances. There's not a whole lot you can do about that, except for account for them. So,
Yep.
I-
What better place to learn than the great RoboMaster competitions that we have every year?
yes, RoboMaster being the engineering challenge that it is, I know it shows itself as an esports, and it is, but at the root of it is still an engineering challenge. And
Bot's got to move.
these teams are doing a ton of mechanical work, doing all of the stress analysis, building complex electrical mechanical systems that are trying to interact with each other, but also not break each other, because that happens a lot.
Yep.
I know CU has a great instance of that we got to see today, of mechanical and electrical stuff interacting with each other in a way that they shouldn't. Shout out to CU. Shout out to Jack Pregler. Anyway,
They got it fixed, though, because their Sentry was right back on track in their next round.
and also big shout out to the field reps for immediately taking care of that, because that looked a little scary from inspection.
yeah.
So,
Well, from Combat Robotics, we've seen a couple of
oh man, speaking of
flames and smoke.
Speaking of a thing, I know
Knowing
a thing or two because
yep.
I've seen a thing or two. Yeah, year after year, you see some of the same mistakes made, but you also see some really cool stuff that I didn't think was going to happen.
Well, look at how wildly different even the robots on the field really are. I mean, we have the giraffe bot from
So-
RHIT.
Let me bring out my old commentary that I used to do. I used to commentate back in 2021 when we did RMUC.
One of the OGs.
When I saw RHIT's robots originally, when they were showing them off, the first thought I had was, what is that? Like, I saw a hero that was right at the max height limit. I'm getting pinged of, hey, is this going to pass inspection? I'm like, what are you doing? And lo and behold,
That's what they're doing.
RHIT is now fighting in this bracket.
That's what they're doing. They came out, they showed their
So they're
incredible, unique design to be very effective.
I won't lie. I was skeptical of Giraffe Hero. I am no longer skeptical. I am a believer. I am, in fact, a believer. Also, RHIT Sentry, cooking on all
Absolutely
aspects.
cooking.
I see it moving to the field. It gets hit enough, and it's like, all right, it's time to go back and run it back.
Well, in the first round, I mean, it got them at least more than 40 points, being the only robot in the zone.
Oh,
while their
yeah.
user robots were going back and getting ammo.
I think the most impressive fact of RHIT, other than the fact that the Sentry is able to shoot at robots, is that it's able to navigate the field pretty cleanly.
Yeah, it actually,
So-
as you notice, it goes around the rough terrain every single time as opposed to going through it. That way it doesn't mess with any of their odometry, because that Sentry's 100% autonomous. It's got to know where it is at all times, and it knows that by knowing where it is. It knows that by knowing where it was.
Well, I think at this point it looks like it knows where it is because it knows where it is.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, teams are starting to embrace the usage of LiDAR more often now as we're trying to push more and more towards autonomy inside of RoboMaster.
Yeah, we saw a couple of different designs that had different angles or different positioning for the LiDAR, as accompanied also by their CV, because obviously you don't want to be trying to aim for those armor panels on a robot that's trying to spin to win. Your LiDAR data for that's got to be all over the place.
Yeah, there's some unique algorithms that you use to try and mitigate that, and these are college students doing
Is
this.
that more or less effective than CV from what you know about it? I
Uh,
guess we'll have to try and get some teams that have tried that to be interviewed, I guess.
So, admittedly, I am an electrical engineering graduate.
Me
So
as well.
yeah, you as well. So I don't know enough about the differences of LiDAR versus CV for actual aiming semantics, but I'm sure there could be a case made for general target location, and maybe not.
Well,
but
it's got, I mean, for LiDAR, right? I mean, you're basically sending out a pulse every few or I guess it depends on the update interval of that, right? Because if your update interval is very, very quick for the LiDAR and you're able to build an effective model based on the data points you're given, it's one thing to do it whenever you're moving around and your LiDAR is in a static position above your spin to win, but it's another whenever the spin to win's happening, that could be confusing.
all right,
your data
and it looks
points.
like we're getting started, Matt.
And it looks like you're going to be commentating this match. Possibly. No, Preston's coming back. As we're going to jump right into the second round in the best of 3 University of Washington semifinal. And we're waiting a little bit longer.
Chat asking about the top 8 bracket. I'm going to drop the link for you guys as well. Here's the link to the challenge where you can go and look at the bracket as it stands currently. These teams are in the top 4. So your top 4 is the University of Washington, Rose-Hulman Institute of Technology, Virginia Tech, and Colorado University Boulder. Those are your top 4 teams. The teams that have already been eliminated but are in the top 8 as well was NUS Caliber, SFU Ascension, Texas A&M Aimbots, and Polystar Montreal.
I believe this is Polystar Montreal's first time being in the top 8. If
You're
my
right,
memory
Matt.
serves me correctly. Though I was not here last year. Could be wrong.
No, you're not wrong. You are correct. It was a great result from Polystar. They did a good job. Chat, do you have any other questions? Anything else you need to know? Hey, Alvaro Force, thanks for the Twitch Prime sub. We really appreciate it. Crispin Kiwi asking why there is a timeout. That's a great question, but I see Shar, our producer, speaking with Tudor, one of our ref correspondents, as the teams now being allowed on the field. They need to turn the
Probably
robots
to
back
change
on.
the batteries at this point.
Yeah, they've got a 3-minute setup period restarted. They need to at least turn bots back on, maybe check batteries. Only one side of the field is on, though. There we go. Okay, so the laptop, chat, the short answer is there are drive computers for the piloted computers, and then there's a drive computer that doesn't get used but has to be there for the sentries. One of those computers went kaput, and so the sentry was not going to be able to function well because of a referee computer error. So that's why there was a ref timeout as they replaced that computer and got it ready for
Could
round
that
2.
be why it didn't have the spin to win going?
I don't know, Matt. It doesn't matter. We're not going to speculate on that right now because we are redoing that whole second round. So round 2 of RHIT versus the University of Washington. 2901 home cheering for ARUW. Go chat. I'm going to throw you to a 1-minute ad right now so that way you don't get one during the round because I don't know where we are in the ad cycle anymore. It's been too crazy. But you'll be right back before you miss any of the action. All right, chat, that's still with me. Looking at Tim pacing on the blue side from ARUW, Lucy with the birthday and the colored hair on the red side for RHIT. Both team captains ready, poised. Round 2. This is a match point for the University of Washington and RHIT on the brink of elimination. Still in the top 4, a great result, a really good run for both of these teams.
Well, even though it's Lucy's birthday, it seems like RHIT is giving us a gift of having a second great round. We really appreciate it.
Shar communicating with me about the appeals, but I believe if appeal is accepted, you... All right, we'll talk about that later. It'll come up if it's relevant. But round 2, here we go. RHIT. Cheers from Jetney as well in the chat. go. 34 seconds left. You can see the Thornbots members in those last-minute preparations in, taking a look at the other side of the field. Those ARUW Huskies have cleared the field.
Well, like Nathaniel was saying, I mean, the design of these different robots, you don't want to be in the firing line of that Sentry.
Oh, man, I was so scared. I'm wearing a blue polo today, and I was terrified. Every time I walked in front of a red Sentry, I was terrified.
Terminator style, it saw you through the screen,
man.
Preston.
Yeah, thank
Actually,
goodness.
no, then it wouldn't be seeing you as friendly, wouldn't it, if you got the blue shirt on? You're safe.
Yeah, I was scared of the red team. But
Not so safe.
yeah. The Sentry almost taking out our on-field correspondent, Christian. ARUW, more cheers coming in from the chat. Cheese Slayer says he's going to die of old age before this match ends. I sure hope not. We dive into round 2. UW RHIT, here we go. 4, 3, 2, 1. Bring on the bots. University of Washington led by their Sentry, making their way out to the middle. RHIT, the standard rounding the corner, but the Sentry not moving. They pulled an NUS. There was a giant timeout, and at the end it doesn't move. Red standard for RHIT in the middle all by himself. It's a 1v3, and that's a tough place to be. I mean, look at that driver cam view. All the members of UW on the other side. He makes it around the corner with 10 HP. Can he make it back to the base? Can he heal before he's taken out? He will. Excuse me, they will. The driver from RHIT making it back. Red standard 3 safe, but giving over a little bit of XP and now giving away points.
RHIT looking like they might have a problem with their Sentry and Hero, neither of which have moved from the base since the match started.
Red standard 3 putting up a good fight though from RHIT. Rose Holman, the standard peeking the corner. Can they make it back again to the base? It's taken out by blue standard 3 as the University of Washington really secures a firm grasp on round 2.
University of Washington occupying the middle as RHIT is nowhere really to be found besides chilling in their base trying to get their health back. Red Standard 3 seem to be the only robot able to move.
All right, Rose Holman refilling that standard. I mean, there's going to be plenty of gold for the RHIT standard without having to share with the rest of the family. What? No, the Giraffe is launching long-range shots across the field. Those were some crazy projectiles, but the University of Washington, again in 1v1 standard combat, is the victor. 96-11. RHIT, the hero functional. Red standard 3 for RHIT trying to retreat, getting chased back by the standard from the University of Washington. Level 6 to level 2. It's going to be really tough, but the hero backing it up. The Giraffe launching projectiles. The Huskies firing back, nipping at the heels.
Ammo count down to 0. Going to be able to still hold the point. Doesn't seem like RHIT is going to be able to push that middle objective without both of their robots.
Rose Holman standard doing a great job of getting back to the base without being eliminated. I say that as they're chased down very low and taken out.
The hero cannot set the same.
Red standard 3 trading with this blue hero. Blue standard level 10 though. Red infantry only level 3. The blue ARUW standard now in that position, like we said earlier, blocking these robots from returning to their base. But chased out by a level 5 standard. RHIT, 2 minutes left to play. It's 145-11. Dire for RHIT, but not over yet. Mathematically still possible.
Definitely mathematically still possible, considering every single kill is worth 20 victory points. It's just going to be really hard for RHIT to be able to contest those the level 10 standard for University of Washington and the level 3 hero.
Chad, I'm hearing some dirty rumors in my ears. We'll see how it all plays out. The tall hero making his way halfway into the map and is taken down again by the University of Washington.
University of Washington facing little resistance.
Yeah.
As RHIT is struggling to be able to recuperate after a very slow start.
A strong performance from UW, though. I mean, their Sentry has fired 24 projectiles, still looking good. Frankly, hasn't had an opportunity to fire many as RHIT has been quarantined in the back third of the map.
Well, this is what we were talking about. UW has their advantage, and they push it, and they make sure that you can barely get out of your base, or at least you're going to sweat
195,
while you're doing it.
197, 199, 200 victory points in the round 2 replay, going the way of the University of Washington.
Fortunately for Rose Coleman, not much you can do whenever your sentry that has been such a strong asset to your team is just not able to get out of that base.
Yeah, peculiar that sentry didn't move at all that round. It's worked all week long. After the computer swap, it did not function.
Funnily enough, though, similar amounts of projectiles launched by both teams. 22 42mm projectiles from Rose Holman, 20 from UW, and then just a difference of 20 projectiles in the 17mm projectile category.
Sunny Fly a little bummed in the YouTube chat for Rose Holman. Yeah, that was a tough replay round compared to round 1 and round 2. But I mean, Rose Holman's sentry just is that great. It was a very big staple of their team, and without
huge asset to what they needed to do to get the win here.
University of Washington staying strong, you know, displaying excellent grit through the timeouts, through the replays, able to take that round again and cement their victory in the match.
Looks like that match might have been so long that we might have had our camera also be a little bit out of battery. Speaking of batteries. Or simply turned off.
All right, chat, buckle up, buckle in. Where's that guy from YouTube chat that said he was just here for VT versus CU? Has he died of old age yet?
It's got to be his time.
Ah.
It's not his birthday today, we know that much.
Next up is Virginia Tech versus CU. Keeping an eye on my notes here to make sure there's no other shenanigans from the previous stuff. Awesome. All right. It will be VT versus CU. I assume those teams are ready. They've had
ample time to get ready.
They've had a chunk, that's for sure. Although Natalie is speed walking, and anytime I see her speed walking, there's usually something wrong. I think she's just helping with the engineering comp chat. I don't think 3v3s is gonna be disrupted. I think we're doing just fine. It is a bit confusing. So let me explain. When we say the engineering comp, obviously all of this competition is a competition of engineering. There is a particular bot in the 7 versus 7 variant of the RoboMasters game called the Engineer. It's more of a supportive role. It obtains gold for the team, supplying which they use to purchase virtual projectiles. In years past, this bot has also revived teammate robots, was able to push and move those friendly bots.
Well, it was the only robot that could actually get self-revived, and so if you had a robot go down anywhere on the field in the 7v7, which is much, much larger than the 3v3, you'd either have to have another robot tow yours all the way back to the recovery zone, which is a much farther drive than we have here, and the engineer was the only one to self-revive. So if you couldn't have an engineer that revived, if you got knocked out anywhere away from your base, you were up to the mercy of your teammates to push you back. And it gets way more hectic the more robots you get involved in these competitions.
That's right. The rules in the game have since changed, and now even in 7v7 we have reviving bots, but the engineer is still incredibly crucial for economy. So in that first UW versus RHIT game, we saw those teams run low on projectiles, run out of gold.
And that was only splitting between 2 people. Yeah. Now imagine splitting between 5.
That's exactly what happens in those 7v7 games if your engineer is not able to keep up with the demand of projectiles. So in our engineering challenge, the engineers that RMNA teams have built will be timed, I believe, in their ability to pick up a cube and place it in the different receptacles.
And most of them are actually using vacuum. I guess, could we get a cube to be able to show on stream from Steven Dina, our producer? If he could run over here and get us a cube, that would be great. So we could have an element to show on stream
Chat, other things that are really awesome and also happening this week, we mentioned earlier the RoboMaster Technical Conference, RMTC for short. Several teams have prepared and have sent in and had their presentations and kind of conference papers reviewed by peers in the RoboMasters community. These are going to be things like simulation-based design from RHIT. There's going to be one on computer vision elements and maybe particle filtering. I mean, there's going to be all sorts of presentations given by different teams to help the community, to increase knowledge, and also as an additional way to help build these engineers, right? Obviously, the engineers learn so much as we get one of these cubes into frame. Check this out. They're made of foam. They used to actually be hollow, and the projectiles would be inside of them. The engineer had to feed them. Now they just have this handy-dandy barcode. We are in the future. That engineer no longer has to pick up the projectiles. They can just scan the QR code handily into the receptacle, earning their team an amount of gold. They will have silver cubes and gold-colored cubes in RMUC, earning the teams different values worth of gold per scan.
The gold-colored cubes are in the middle of the field, so you got to go and contest those a little bit more, and there's only a limited number of those. There's also a limited number of the silver cubes, but they're a lot closer to your base, a lot more safe from possibly 5 other robots. I guess
That's
possibly
right.
7 other robots if you include, Dart and Aerial as well.
And that is why our channel points are cubes. So if you've been in the channel, in the chat, making your predictions known, maybe even winning a bunch of cubes, maybe you've been handing a bunch of cubes over, I don't know. But that is where that cube currency comes from, is from the UC, the University Championship variant of RoboMasters.
Preston, we've actually watched a couple of those matches in the past, haven't we?
So many. So many.
Say 40, 50 hours worth in your living room?
Yeah.
The
And
green
now,
screen
I mean,
setup?
Char and I have been streaming English commentary on the Rep channel for RMUC this year as well. Been watching the
Shout
regional
out the
divisions.
link right
Sure,
below
yeah.
us in
Come
the banner.
check us out all over on the Robotics Esports channel. We are covering RMUC content from each division, and we'll be covering the finals as well. Excited for that. The last match of today will be Virginia Tech versus CU. Tomorrow will be the final matches of the tournament. It will either be 2 or 3 matches based on how everything plays out, but that will be the winner. Oh, we got free stickers from Triton Robotics from UCSD. These are awesome. Shout out to our host. Look at these. What a great way to commemorate the competition this year. It's got one for each of their 3v3 bots, designed the stickers after their bots from this year's comp. And then one of the Triton Robotics logo as well. Obviously, we're digging the colors. We made some themed colored polos this year as well. Thank you so much to all the teams. I mean, it's just heartwarming to see how many teams bring merch, like free merch, that they just hand out and swap. We got pins. We got, there's like 3D printed challenge coin stuff going around. There's stickers. We got some pins and buttons now coming over, I think, from Purdue. There we go. Excuse me, NYU, Team Ultraviolet from New York. Look at these buttons. So glittery.
I think that's kind
This
of
one
like
even has a holographic back. How do you do that?
I mean, I think the whole thing's
Crazy.
holographic.
Crazy,
Might just be a
crazy,
way that they
crazy.
manufacture them.
We've seen those ducks on the top of a couple robots.
And other plushies on top of other robots as well.
Yep.
And in the pits as mascots. I think that's kind of like the swapping culture is kind of like a carryover from First Robotics, where a whole lot of teams, whenever you go to the different comps in your region, or if you go to Worlds, a lot of people in this competition, as Natalie was First Robotics alumni, a lot of the traditions carry over. The gracious professionalism, we love being friendly, but also being competitive and professional about it. We love being able to just give each other gifts and hang out and have fun. And I mean, we have multiple different teams represented on the commentating
Hey,
team
Lewis.
and producing team.
We're always trying to figure out where Lewis is. Lewis, can you poke one of those referees over there? See if I can get an ETA on this Virginia Tech CU match. Someone in chat said they think they're gonna die of old age. Someone else in chat really needs to eat dinner. They're hanging in here, but a couple of them are struggling. Chat, let me follow up for you. We'll get a message over from our ref desk about that VTCU match.
Got some more buttons.
Second to last day. Oh my goodness, look at all these
Oh.
buttons. For us to keep, that's so kind. second to last day of comp. One of my favorite things from this year's competition has been the new game mode. I've loved the strategy changes. I've loved the different skill expression that we've seen. We've seen long-range comps. We've seen mashups in the middle. Those dueling heroes, one of my highlights of the week.
You still got to put that Duel of the Fates over it, man.
It's really good. Got some cheers in chat for Virginia Tech. I've also loved seeing the playing field really level out at the top.
Yeah, these top 8 teams have just been so competitive in terms of like at least the top or the three functional bots. From what we've seen from the top 6 teams, we've seen so many close matches. I mean, even whenever A&M and US were going and it was just a 2v2, it was still super competitive. One single point. There's so many good matches today that are going to be on the VODs afterwards and are going to be caught up that are going to be fantastic to watch. So if you didn't catch them today, that's where you can find them. As we're trying to find somebody to tell us if we're going to be able to have this match coming up pretty soon.
Chat, other reminders. Remember that you can make posters. If you haven't made a poster tonight, or if you haven't talked to our sponsors, Yibo is here, not only the godfather of RoboMaster North America, the founder, the RoboMaster, as some might say, but also now a co-founder of a really cool startup that deals with LiDAR, similar to LiDAR technology for 3D mapping and scanning.
And what's used on the robots to do sentry navigation.
So go check that out. PSCSYD in chat. Sid. I got it. I got there eventually. Sid in chat cheering for them buffs. We can't show Yibo right now. He's actually helping. Of course he is. Yibo's already been put to work. But Yibo is helping set up for the engineer comp at the moment. We've got a crowd gathering as they start to set up the engineer competition arena.
Now, for those of us who are here in person, does that take place today or tomorrow?
I believe the engineer comp is going to be this evening. Like, I think it's going to be happening as soon as they finish setting up that field. There are 3 or 4 teams that brought engineers, and I'm really excited. I saw one this morning warming up on the field, on the 3v3 field, just driving around, making sure everything worked as intended. What time? So we will not be live streaming the engineer competition. We will be post-produced releasing those videos within the next week. Hopefully within the next couple days. We'll see what everyone's weekend look like. I don't want to promise anything too extreme. Most of us are on a pretty crazy grind. But stay tuned. Make sure you hit follow on Twitch, subscribe on YouTube so you don't miss when those videos drop.
If you got a Prime sub, wouldn't mind giving it to us. Helps us put on this amazing show and keep the content coming.
Make sure you turn on notifications so that when we drop those, you get a little ping, and that you don't miss it all the way till next year when you tune in for RMNA 2026. There'll be other content in between that you won't want to miss.
And if you're a student at a school that does not have a RoboMasters team that's seeing this, you can start a team. Many different people have been 1, 2, 3 people that have been interested in it and started a team at a school, and now we see them here competing with us.
Very true. Yeah, especially now that 1v1 is such an engaging and exciting community in the RMNA. A lot of teams are able to start with a very small crew, build one bot, come and compete. The community has lots of resources and even designs and code available to help teams get off the ground. It's very, very nice for each of those teams. All right, chat. I have eyes on the Robo Grinders. I see Virginia Tech coming to the field with their bots, their hero, their standard, and their sentry, all making their way to the entrance of the field. Let's take a peek. Hopefully they'll be going onto the field momentarily. Colorado University will be in the blue, Virginia Tech in the red. Make your predictions now.
Virginia Tech being extremely dominant in this competition with the Sentry that has been an absolute demon. Occupying the center as quickly as, 3.5 seconds, I believe, was one of the records? And then just maintaining control of that by orbiting around other robots that are occupying it, eliminating them, helping give XP to their other user-controlled robots, their hero and their Sentry, or their hero and their standard, excuse me. And we've seen them just have an absolutely fantastic performance against every single game, or every single team that they've gone against. And CU in a very, very similar boat. Every single time we've seen them out here, it's been a great showing. I mean, this is what I was predicting to be the finals, and we get to see it. We've already seen it once in groups. Now we get to see it twice.
Yeah, I mean,
and possibly again.
obviously, I'm a little bit worried for Virginia Tech with that earlier issue, whatever it is. I'm not sure, but we were notified that they had a problem passing inspection prior to this match. So I anticipate that they did have a pretty severe functionality issue earlier in the day. That's unexpected. They haven't had any issues to my knowledge. I mean, obviously their bots have been very functional. Hopefully they were able to get those resolved. The triple round RHIT UW definitely provided some extra time, but chat, you got to keep in mind they may not be able to they may not have been able to modify or work on their robots during that time if they had already passed inspection.
Yep. If they were in inspection and already, like you said, Preston, getting through it, then you're off limits of being able to work on your robots until they're completed with the match that they're being inspected for.
Yeah.
That's to ensure fairness and nobody's doing any dirty tricks or adding any extra circuitry to circumvent the ref system.
If you're looking in the stats, you might notice that they did have a disqualification or two, or a forfeiture or two in the 1v1s. I know firsthand that at least one of those was just because their 1v1 and their 3v3 were really close together time-wise, and they wanted to save their bot for 3v3. So they actually backed out of 1v1 to be more competitive in the 3v3 round.
Whatever the case may be in the past, hopefully we'll be seeing these robots get loaded onto the field pretty soon.
Robo Grinder going to be on the red side. I mean, look at this field. It's been taking a beating this week, Matt. Golf balls all over the place.
You know what's
Aluminum,
not there right now
fiber.
is 2,500 projectiles, or fired in one round from RHIT and UW game last time. Volunteers doing an absolutely fantastic job of getting that field cleaned out and reset for this next match. Thank you, thank you, thank you to our volunteers.
Virginia Tech Century has been the talk of the town recently. Been driving, I've said, better than pretty much any of the human drivers. As the bots enter the field, CU, you're now seeing on the blue side.
3-minute timer to go might actually perfectly coincide with the end of the round of the engineering challenge, which is, I believe, just started, given the cheers from the crowd.
Yeah, sure. I just want to make sure someone has a camera rolling on that engineering challenge. Awesome. It is being recorded. It will be released at a later date. All right, but for now, we've got CUVT. The revenge match from groups, perhaps the preview of finals. These teams fighting,
trying to flash some new code
to see who will go directly to the grand finals and who will have to battle their way there. On the red side, Robo Grinder, their Sentry an absolute menace.
What do you think is the strategy from these teams, Preston? We've seen them exhibit different strategies in their first round of matches. CU was the victor over VT. And I believe that's been VT's only match loss since the beginning of this competition this year.
Yeah, having watched the UW RHIT game, I think the only viable strategy for these teams is probably to go with their sentries. I think we learned you really don't want your sentry going out by itself. Obviously, these are the two best sentries in the competition this year, but still, you don't want to leave that sentry out 1v3 just in case it's taken down. You can see how much that snowballs a game. We're getting a shout out for Clark. So I do think each of these teams is going to be forced into a very aggressive position as they follow their sentries into battle.
Yeah.
How about you, Matt? What do you think each of these teams will do if they do that round one, if they mash up? What do you think the alternate strategy they could pivot to is?
I mean, I think this is going to be VT's strategy that they have to know going in, because the Sentry is 100% autonomous, and so they're going to be programming it beforehand to be operating on the assumption that the players are going to play around the Sentry. I think the Sentry's just going to dart to the middle like they do. They're just going to try and rush super early, get those early eliminations, get some early levels, and just try and take that snowball as big as they can roll it. And if they can get that snowball big enough, fast enough, using the power of their Sentry, that might be the game for them. But I mean, we saw the Sentries face off in the middle in their original match in groups, and both of them seem to be pretty even. So I don't know. I think VT, like you said, I think it's just going to be a game of follow the leader with that Sentry, the leader having the level advantage at the beginning, showing that their accuracy is going to be really, really good for both CU and VT, and whichever one I believe wins the first confrontation, little skirmish in the middle, is going to be the one that's going to have a very strong position to try and hold the rest of the time if they can keep the other team down. But it's of which one is going to be the dominant one, I have no idea.
The Buffs, the blue team. Hey, Yibo Cam, there we go. The Colorado Buffs calling a technical timeout, potentially to be able to finish flashing code to a Sentry. You see them still on the field with their laptop plugged in.
Better to use it than to lose it, especially against a team like VT who's shown their Sentry is nothing to be messed with.
Yeah, Hosemeister, the 5 feet dream is not dead. AR UW still in the running, now confirmed top 3 this year. They will have to fight at least one of these teams. Well, excuse me, they would have to beat both of these teams as they're coming from the losers bracket. Be able to make 5 in a row.
Looks like CU's making sure that their Sentry is able to shoot, no jams in the ball path, nothing going wrong with it. Able to move as well. We'll see if that code holds up and is able to autonomously perform those actions once this match gets underway. Both Sentries, as I now notice, having an idle spin to win animation. Always being evasive is the name of the game. Whenever 20 points can go to a team if you're stop being evasive just for a little bit, especially with CV as good as they've got on all these bots, Preston.
There are 16 seconds left on the preparation clock. It's been paused for the technical timeout, but that technical timeout will expire soon. It does right now, as we have 13 seconds left before ref system initialization. Robo Grinder looking a little frustrated heading into the round. We'll see how it goes. Hullov at the corner of the map. 4, 3, 2, 1. Bring on the bots. Both Sentries just flying to the center. Virginia Tech still the fastest in the game. Unleashing a volley. Their Sentry looking strong, but Colorado very accurate CV as well. Meeting in the middle. Look at those Sentry healths fall. Colorado Sentry down to a third and now down to a quarter. VT not far behind. And it's CU that pushes for the capture point. With less health remaining, their drivers have the steel in their bones to be able to keep the capture point.
Well, it looked like VT was retreating while having a decent amount of health. I think it's because they were going back to buy more projectiles. But the hero was holding the point, getting a tied, just about a tied score at 16-20. Now VT taking the point with their Sentry.
Yeah, this Sentry from Virginia Tech always has the objective in mind. Level 8 now for the standard, level 9 now for the
combat
standard.
Going on in the middle. CU Sentry falling dangerously low as VT Sentry is still well above health.
Oh,
and then
not
a hero
anymore.
shot.
The hero from CU, really the biggest threat.
Oh, VT's elimination
It's so hard
of
to
that
tell.
hero.
We're playing in the gray screen simulator. There it is. The hero from CU Robotics was taken out. Huge for Virginia Tech now, 63-21. But CU on the capture point, gaining 1 victory point per second, but they've got to retreat very quickly as the level 10 standard comes rushing in. Level 10 to level 6, blue standard 3, falling low, 20 health remaining, is taken down. And now it's just the Sentry, a 1v3, but CU Sentry wipes those odds. Virginia Tech Sentry with a double kill. Moving on now in the numbers disadvantaged fight. The Sentry for CU reviving. The Sentry for Virginia Tech falling low, retreating very quickly.
All robots very, very low, retreating back to their bases trying to
Oh
heal.
no, the hero for CU has a module offline. Probably spells disaster for round one, but Virginia Tech looking extremely strong. It goes down again, 156 to 63.
If that module keeps going offline and they do not have it ejected, I believe that's going to keep giving victory points to VT, already established with a very strong lead. That's going to push them pretty far over the edge in terms of CU being able to get out of a recovery for this.
It will. Another 20 victory points going over now, 190. Virginia Tech has round one in the bag. With 2 minutes and 30 seconds left to go, it is Virginia Tech. Robo, come on! They got off the point with 1 victory point remaining.
Well, if as soon
Oh
as that
my
hero
goodness.
revives, if it dies again, that's going to be the straw that broke the camel's
And
back, and
there
there it is.
Virginia Tech Robo Grinder take down CU in round one.
VT was looking distraught at the beginning of that, but came out and showed an absolutely commanding performance, taking immediate control of the center and holding it. Having, I believe, a deficit in terms of a level advantage for a second there, but quickly retaking that, quickly reestablishing their posture and getting right back on it.
We saw moments of greatness from both teams. I mean, CU's Sentry went in 1v3 and went 1 for 1, which is a good trade. But it left its teammates high and dry because you really didn't want a 2v2 from Virginia Tech against Virginia Tech. The Sentry from VT, an absolute menace, contributing massively. I mean, 1,000 projectiles fired, 2,400 damage, 3 kills.
Preston, we talked target priority, and that's something you can easily communicate with the driver that's sitting next to you with the microphone, but not something you can so easily communicate to the Sentry. The Sentry for CU was attacking the hero while VT's Sentry was attacking CU's Sentry, and then that ended up giving a massive level advantage, recouping that the level loss from VT initially. And there's so much strategy, Preston. We have not seen things like this before until just now. Sentry on Sentry combat being so prominent.
That's true. I mean, in RMUC, in the University Championship, we are seeing Sentries that will ignore standards and only fight heroes. So it is possible to understand where your Sentry is going to go because each robot is numbered consistently. But I do assume that, the strongest strategy for VT is to follow the lead of the Sentry for target selection as well as game progression. Obviously, the module falling offline
That
for CU.
spelled total disaster. I mean, how many times did it give them victory points? Was that
at least
three?
2.
Three? I
Maybe
think it was
3.
3 or 4, Preston. I think it was
Yeah.
at least 60 to 80 victory points.
Again, highlighting what a good job RHIT did during their round one, ejecting that robot immediately when it started to go offline.
Are you
CU
able to
neglecting
eject,
to do
Are you
so.
able to eject a user-controlled robot the second that you want to, or is
Yes.
that something that has to happen with a technical fault?
I believe they are allowed to eject a user-controlled robot as well.
If a module goes offline at twice is the most, I would say, before you just immediately say that, because otherwise you're just giving over a fourth of your victory points for free, doing literally nothing. I hate to.
The only other option is you push that bot back into base.
Sure, but then
It'll slow it down. It'll slow it down.
But what
Because
happens if the ref system still takes it offline and it's not able to function? I think the ejection is what the quick
the
decision
best.
that you have to make, just super fast. Something goes wrong like that. Otherwise, you end up in a situation where you just give away so
Nitrogen
many
05
victory
in chat
points.
saying that there's rumors of a new rule from RMOC about it not being able to eject unless there's a safety reason. This is a function in RoboMasters. The RMOC is allowed to make a new rule pretty much at any time. It is rumored that that's why in 2019 TDT waited to show off their drone until their last match because they were scared that RMOC would make a new rule after they revealed how broken it was.
Well, after looking at the footage of that standard to model it after the turret that we used for the Sentry that was actually previously from Texas A&M's aerial that I had modeled, I believe the projectiles that it shot in its second was 22. Thus, we bumped the number up to 23 to try and give ourselves a competitive advantage, and then did not end up going to China that year to be able to compete with that. But we used that turret, and it ended up being one of the best in the North American region in 2019.
Waffles, Butter, and Syrup saying, yep, with the new rule, CU was not able to eject it.
I figured teams as good as both of these teams, they would know. They would have a plan. They would be ready to go and do this. And that might have been a play in University of Washington's playbook in terms of like the, uh-oh, everything went wrong, this is what we do, which is now no longer going to be an option.
It'll be interesting to see if Colorado fields that hero. I mean, knowing that you can't eject it if it loses a module again. I'm not sure which module it was. Not sure why that module went offline. Looks like it was an armor module that went offline. They need to change out an armor panel. Typically, that's battle damage. I mean, those armor panels are getting hit with projectiles a ton. You'd see the purple flashing armor panels indicating armor module fault.
They are force sensors after all, and making a mock one of these for the electrical team, they're just little piezoelectric sensors.
Look at this
Hit
panel
that
on the
crystal and
right.
it
I mean, on the
oscillates.
left-hand side of your screen,
Yeah.
not flashing purple.
You think that could have been whenever it was trying to retreat over the rough terrain, it got a little too close to that wall, and with those bumpers, it might not have extended over and hit the corner of that wall. And I think that geometry doesn't work out that way. I think I'm bad at math in that regard.
See, the flashing purple is a bad thing, chat.
Yes.
They're going to see what happens. They're going to be given 2 additional minutes from a referee timeout, but a referee timeout where they are allowed to work on the bot, I think is how I'm interpreting that. So I believe basically what will happen is they'll have 5 minutes to work on that bot. They need to change out 3 armor panels or just take the thing off the field.
I think that take the thing off the field is going to be a very last-minute call to see what they can get done, because playing without 3 functional bots against a Titan like VT, I mean, CU themselves being Titans, they could possibly make up for that deficit, but it's still good. That's going to be a very big uphill battle if they choose to go that route.
All right, chat. Absolutely, I mean, just chaos, frankly. Chaos tonight in the final matches of the evening. Virginia Tech versus CU. That round is valid. The ref system did not malfunction. It's just battle damage to the bot, causing modules to go offline. Could be all sorts of things. Those panels are daisy chained together. So if you rupture a wire,
just like a Christmas light,
you're gonna lose a lot of armor panels. Nathaniel's shaking his head very firmly, saying yes, exactly like a Christmas light. In fact, he uses armor panels as a Christmas light. Yeah.
Robomaster Christmas
But
is
he
a great
is correcting us
Christmas
that you would need to basically rupture 2 wires if you've wired it correctly, which is also not guaranteed. So we'll see if they're able to pull this off. They'll have 5 minutes total. It'll be a 3-minute preparation period followed by a 2-minute referee timeout.
That's those super helpful volunteers. Thank you. Shout out once again. Sweeping the field, keeping it an even playing field on the parts that aren't uneven on purpose with the rough terrain in the middle. Thank you, thank you, thank you. In order for CU to win this one, I really think they got to field their hero or just be attached at the hip to their sentry. What do you think, Preston?
Yeah, I mean, I really feel like if CU wants a chance, I don't want to say they don't have a chance without their hero, because I really didn't think they have a chance without their standard previously today, and they pulled it off. So without their hero, I think the standard has to follow their sentry. Has to do the same.
Sentry that had an issue earlier, I believe, with it making like the Hunger Games and catching fire.
It was the standard for CU that had an issue previously, and the sentry was able to clutch it up. AI solo, basically.
Gotcha.
But that period has started, so you can see it ticking down. Reminder, at the end of the 3 minutes, there'll be 2 more minutes. We're going to focus particularly on CU at the end, but right now, Virginia Tech mostly swapping batteries, making a few tweaks, refilling hoppers with projectiles.
These are the routine things that you expect to see during these 3-minute intermission periods, not the, uh-oh, we need to fix this before the next round that I believe CU's probably going through right now.
Yeah, I mean, there's a bit of battle damage on both sides of the field. You see the top section of this sentry a little more wobbly than I would expect from Virginia Tech. Those cameras probably will not like that. So,
well, that's what the zip ties are for, as every great engineer once said.
The hero, the solo bot not being worked on currently by Virginia Tech, but honestly, all of their bots look good. I don't expect them to need too much work. On the other side of the map, these CU engineers seeing how fast they can. Oh, looks like they have 4 panels blue. So even though the referee system says they need to swap out 3 panels. I would be willing to bet they did not need to swap out 3 panels. Perhaps a cable or 2, perhaps 1 panel.
Perhaps. You can speculate for days, but it looks like that hero's at least going to be functional. And I mean,
Yeah.
it could have been something as simple as just a slightly loose wire, just from all the matches that they've been playing and things they've been bumping into and tactics they might have been trying, or possibly having a practice trying to jump off the side. And who knows?
Sure.
There's any number of things, but looks like they're able to resolve it, which will hopefully get us a match that's a lot closer as we would expect from these two Titan teams.
Our referee desk communication portal now having some internal dissension, so we'll let them sort that out on their own. But regardless, the armor panels that were causing VT or CU issues have been remedied. The robot is now currently offline, online, and legal for the competition.
That's exactly what they're going to need, is all 3 fully functional and fashionably designed, expertly designed robots. Because VT is a force to be reckoned with.
Very true. RoboMaster San Diego. Welcome, welcome.
Preston, I know you might know, but fun fact for the audience, I was actually born in San Diego before moving to Texas. So this is kind of a pilgrimage to my homeland.
So now Red Team has called a technical timeout. Will this stack on top of the referee timeout that's happening at the end of the preparation period for CU? Since CU was done with their panels, are they still getting the referee technical timeout? Getting nods from referees on the right. All right, chat. Get comfortable. Hopefully not quite as comfortable as our previous match, but Virginia Tech has used their technical timeout. So we've got at least a couple more minutes for round 2.
Well, it's certainly better to use your technical timeout when you need it than saving it for next year, even though both of these teams in the winner's bracket are not knocked out of the competition regardless of who wins. At least in this match, both of them will proceed to tomorrow. This is not the last time we'll see VT or CU. They will have time to go back and fix whatever they need to.
I'm
At the end of the day, one of these teams has to lose.
I've got to disagree with you now, Matt. I don't think this is the right time for Virginia Tech to use a technical timeout. They're up a round.
Actually, just because of what I just said, I think I just proved myself wrong.
They're in the winner's bracket. I think you just send it round 2. If you lose,
especially with how
you
they played
get
the first
another
round.
preparation period before round 3. It's still a best of 3.
I think you're absolutely correct, Preston. If the return
All right,
of
but
CU
you know what? I respect it though. VT doesn't want to drop a round. They would like to make sure that they win this. So using their timeout.
Well, with bots as good as theirs, I too would want an impeccable record.
Yeah.
But I mean, nothing says impeccable record like first place, which both of these teams will still have a shot to get tomorrow, regardless of the results today.
All right, we're getting a lot of cheers for the Hokies over in YouTube chat. Thanks for being here. Thanks for hanging out, y'all. Last match of the night. Join us tomorrow for semifinals and grand finals after this match between CU and Virginia Tech.
Closing up the match. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Bring on the bots.
CU and Virginia Tech, all 6 bots strong. Virginia Tech, of course, getting to the central capture point first. CU now going to have to come to them, peeking around the corner. So many 17mm projectiles flying across the field. Robots
Sentry's
taking a
going
lot
at
of
it.
damage to Sentry for Virginia Tech, falling pretty low, but not as low as CU's Sentry. Both Sentries getting chunked out. VT retreating. Very similar to round 1. Virginia Tech actually up in health, but it's CU who have the guts to stick it out. The hero from CU peeking the corner, getting chunked out by Red Standard 3, who's now level 6. The sentry from Virginia Tech back up to full health, chasing down blue Hero 1, sending him back to his base. Now the sentry from CU coming back to the middle. It's a sentry versus sentry, no humans in sight. The AI going crazy, the battle of the bots.
VT having a very strong
CU
performance with
sentry
that.
just got smoked.
First
VT takes it from 100 to 0 solo kill. A solo bolo in the mid lane.
And that's going to put their standard at level 10, which is going to be an extremely strong position for them to be in as they still maintain control over the middle. CU with only 9 points and not much presence. We're going to see how they have to turn it around here.
These Hokies are looking unstoppable. CU lands a really nice hero shot from the base for the level 1 hero. Very impressive. The sentry from Virginia Tech abandoned in the middle all by himself. But frankly, it's not the worst case scenario. The sentry is falling very low, trying to retreat, but takes out Blue Standard 3. The 1v3, not a problem.
It looked like it almost stayed because it was so confident that it was going to win that engagement instead of just booking it like we've seen it do in the past.
Yeah, Red Standard 3, level 10, 108 to 22. The point advantage, not that great. I mean, it's big, but it's not over yet for CU. The infantry catching up for CU, now level 8. 250 projectiles. The hero lands a shot. The hero from CU, a lot of weight on his shoulders. He's going to have to land a couple more shots onto the sentry if they want to turn the tide. The sentry from Virginia Tech chunking down the bots, sending CU heading back to their base.
That hero's out of ammo, but also only level 3. Not much health to be able to sponge up
Sentry
damage.
getting chased back for Virginia Tech. CU doing a great job of retaking the middle. 123 to 40 is the score, an 80-point difference. But with almost 2.5 minutes left to play, still winnable.
Virginia Tech's hero is only level 1.
Look at the sentry chunking through that level 2 hero. The hero taken out for CU. CU sentry in the middle. Virginia Tech sentry all the way by in the middle and is taken down. It's CU's sentry who gets the kill. It's CU with the mid lane.
CU starting to catch up.
Does Virginia Tech have the ability to get their sentry to return back to base if it died first in the mid lane? This is the problem that RHIT had.
And it doesn't look like they're able to.
It goes down again, 100 to 152. Virginia Tech needs to get their humans out there. They need to back up their bot, but they don't have the projectiles. Now they do. Red Standard 3, level 10, flying out, but he's in a 1v3. 500 projectiles left in the pocket of CU's sentry, immediately chunking down Virginia Tech's bot. They should be able to win the. CU looking poised to take round 2 as they are able to spawn kill the sentry, again from Virginia Tech. The hero launching projectiles, but it's CU's hero who lands them. Level 8 to level 2. Robo Grinder looking vulnerable after their sentry is killed one time. Hope for the other teams in the competition coming from this round.
CU's hero is actually level 10, while VT's hero is only level 2. That's a big difference in how much health you're able to how much health you're able to have and how much damage you're able to soak up to occupy the middle.
The hero for CU, again, every time the red team peeks the corner, they just get smacked in the armor panel with a golf ball. Now 180 to 164 in favor of CU. They are now officially winning. Robo Grinder pushing forward, trying to defend, but 186, 187 now, the count.
One kill will make CU the victor.
Yeah, this will be it as the sentry comes back online for Virginia Tech. 10 seconds from now, that bot will be vulnerable. It's moving. It's trying. Does it take the ramp? It does not. It's starting to take damage. The sentry does not need to return to base. It'll be able to fire. It is firing back, but with such a strong health disadvantage, it's taken down. And it's Colorado University from Boulder, round 2.
It looked like Boulder did not want to end that by just sitting in the middle of the zone. They wanted to end that on a kill, knocking out that sentry instead of occupying the middle point that was wide open for anybody to take. Boulder with an extremely impressive performance, crashing through VT's strategy and apparently their AI code, because as soon as VT's AI was knocked offline, it seemed to have lost its position, Preston.
Yeah, I mean, we've said before that that Virginia Tech sentry is the best driver in the game. And I mean it. I mean, when you take that driver away from Virginia Tech, the team is much weaker. It's not 1/3. Additionally, as you noted, reviving as a bot in the middle of the field, very difficult for that bot to realize where it is.
I guess that is all dependent on how you do your localization. And having a LiDAR, you would think they would be able to know where they are on the field based on what they can see with that, if that's how they're determining that. Who knows how it is, but it seems like it's almost like you typed your name into a phone number box on a tech sign-up sheet, and then it's bricked your entire program for data collection.
Yeah.
Is kind of the error that I'm seeing with that. It's a null pointer handler exception.
Keep the hero shots, though. CU, in my opinion, MVP for Colorado in round 2 was their hero robot. 30 projectiles fired. Chat, clip it. Every time Virginia Tech tried to come back into the middle, Colorado would just whack them with a golf ball, send them packing. Those piloted bots never get enough health to be able to ignore a hero shot.
If I had to guess, I think that Hero is probably taking the projectile speed upgrade path so that they're able to shoot those golf balls faster and get farther range, better accuracy, because man, oh man, they were just chunking those robots as they came back from VT and just not giving them any room to breathe, not giving them any room to try and navigate around and get a little bit better positioning. No, you're going back to spawn because you just lost 100 health just as you got back into the action.
Get some cheers in chat for the Buffs. What a comeback, says Waffles, Butters, and Syrup. I mean, it
These
really
are the matches
is.
we expect to see these kind of plays.
Yeah.
And that's exactly why we're here, man. It's great.
Going to round 3. Reminder that the winner of this round will win the match and stay in the winner's bracket. The loser will go face UW in the loser's bracket tomorrow morning.
But both of these teams, regardless of the results today, will be moving on with a chance at getting first place.
Chat accusing us of scripting. Yeah, I mean, I couldn't have written it up this good myself, honestly. The
Don't you
script
got the
writer's
sign for that,
absolutely
Preston?
cooking.
I think you made the sign for that.
I did make a sign about how the RMNA script writers are number 1.
I think any pairing of teams that we've had today, Preston, would still be just as electric of matchups as we've been having. I mean, every single team has just had such an impressive showing and had put on such a good show in these elims. Who knows what's going to happen next? I mean, this could be anybody's game. VT could change their strategy, as we've seen them do in the past, or just possibly figure out what they need to change to make sure that their Sentry doesn't lose all knowledge of where it was before if it dies, and or if CU's not able to get their Sentry offline, then there might not even be that problem in the first place.
Yeah.
And as we saw, as long as the Sentry knows where it is and is able to do its navigation, VT Sentry has such a strong presence.
All right, 13 seconds left on the field. Both teams out of technical timeouts. Nathaniel, the last one out with 4 seconds left to go. Cute little plushie on his shoulder as we dive into round 3 of CU versus Virginia Tech.
Anybody's game, but either way, moving on. The fight for the finals tomorrow.
Get that technical timeout out of here, refs. Let that ref system initialize. Bring on these bots. Oh, I see what the timeout was for. They are taping 2 sections of the walls a little bit. Some of the bots have been colliding rather roughly with the walls on their way back. And Yibo's looking too clean to be doing this kind of manual labor. Get someone in a volunteer vest over there to help that man out. My guy Yibo's looking very fly. He's got like a white coat on that's sick. They are making sure that that field not only is safe, but also stays in compliance with the game map. As you noted, a lot of teams using LiDAR. You don't want to make it look like there's a hallway for one of your self-driven bots.
Especially in the hallway segment of the field. In the spirit of waiting today, looks like that's going to be the case once again. But I assure you, chat, we are moments away from an incredible match. of VT versus CU for who moves on in the winner's bracket.
Yeah, we got a lot of fans in the audience here. University of Washington's got a lot of members watching, trying to figure out which team they will be facing tomorrow.
I think in either case, Preston, it's going to be looking pretty rough for them. Both of these teams are forces to be reckoned with. And in the pick your poison situation, Preston, I don't know.
We got Shar, our producer, writing in chat. I mean, on the screen. There we go. Throw Sharphog in chat. CU, UC forever. We got some calls for a Shoink. Osemeister in chat thinks that they think CU will win, even though they want VT to win. That happens to me quite frequently in RoboMasters. I'll have a team that I want to see them progress really far, or I really like their strategy or what they're doing, and I want them to take down the dub, but I think they are the underdogs. In this match, though, I'm not really sure that either of these teams are the underdogs. Like, frankly, I'm not convinced. I'm not convinced that this match, round 3, favors any team in particular.
I agree with you, Preston. I mean, it's 1-1 for a reason.
All right, we got some more messages in chat. UW taking the losers bracket to let these two eliminate themselves was the best strategy to get to the finals.
Yeah, Preston, if these teams hadn't been facing each other in the same part of this bracket, I mean, I think the only other time I would have seen this matchup would have been the finals.
I mean, you say that, but at the same time, UW still has to fight. If UW was to win, they would still have to beat both of these teams.
Exactly. That's why I'm saying UW would have a lower chance of being able to be in the top 4 if these teams were in separate seeds.
Sure, but like for the finals, though,
Yes.
you're going to have to beat both of these teams if you want to win.
Oh, yes, yes.
And
yes.
similarly, right, if Virginia... Oh, 4, 3, 2, 1. Bring on the bots. Virginia Tech and CU. Uh-oh. There we go. 5 out of the 6 spots. Making it to the center of Virginia Tech Sentry. Old Faithful. Absolutely annihilating Blue Standard 3, holding that central. Can capture point. It's all up to the hero of CU, but he gets struck down and he gets taken out by Virginia Tech. That's going to be huge. That was the only chance they had to take this Sentry out at level 1, and now the Sentry from Virginia Tech retreats. Good firing, good accuracy from VCU's standard. Excuse me.
I believe that's level 7 on VT's standard, which is going to put them in a pretty strong position as they take control of, they maintain control of the middle with 41 victory points to 4.
Oh, the Sentry taken down from CU. It'll be interesting to see what happens when it respawns. As now Blue Standard 3 in a 1v3. This is really bold.
Did you see how crazy that control was with the robots and the field awareness of VT? The Standard was retreating but did not back into the Sentry, who was zooming into the
The
zone.
Sentry again finds another. Blue Standard 3 taken down by the Sentry of Virginia Tech. CU got to do something, got to find some magic. 100 points down in round 3.
Lost their footing a little bit to this level advantage as now VT's Standard is level 10, with CU's Standard only being level 5 and their hero only being level 2.
Here comes all 3 bots from CU, the first team we've seen be able to get their revived Sentry back on track. Great look from CU, but frankly might be too little too late as Robo Grinder at 120 points.
I mean, I think the strategy change of VT that's now very much protecting their Sentry and keeping it alive. The Sentry is...
Look at Colorado's hero. Look at Colorado's hero. As soon as those robots peep the wall, starts launching. This Sentry needs to be careful. One hit. It's the hero shots. Another.
That Sentry's got barely any health, barely escapes.
It's the hero shots from Colorado that can turn the tide. If they are able to take down the Sentry from VT. A module goes offline.
No.
Just as I say that CU's hero is the only bot that can bring it back. CU. The hero off. The new rule going to prevent them from ejecting it. VT, the path just got paved. It's so much easier. 160 now, the point totals. I mean, there's a timer. CU would have to win in like the next 45 seconds. Mathematically impossible at this point.
Happen, Preston. This one's going to go to VT as that module is going to come back online with the hero. It looks like at the same point of the bumpy road.
Virginia Tech Sentry also taking out the Sentry from Colorado as VT moves on to the grand finals.
Preston, I think There's 2 Achilles heels that have now been identified, Preston, and we're going to call them out as casters so that we have more interesting matches in the future. These 2 Achilles heels, CU's hero cannot go over that bumpy road. They disconnected a module on that bumpy road twice.
Yeah,
That's got to be somehow related.
Yeah, I think
it's not going to be the same different thing if it doesn't happen twice.
Yep, I think that hero should avoid the bumpy road at least till they get that trouble shot. Additionally, VT has a weakness. It is very much like Achilles heel. It's there, but a really
much
inconvenient.
harder.
Yeah, it's a really inconvenient spot to attack someone. So if you can take down the sentry of Virginia Tech, CU has identified that might be a place that that RoboGrinder struggles.
They also have tonight to work on it.
Yeah, it might be fixed by tomorrow. And frankly,
likely
taking down that
fixed
sentry
tomorrow.
is so tough.
Yeah, it's a monumental task.
Hype in the chat, guys. I mean, look at these stats. 2,100 damage for both teams, but 200 to 58. Really tragic for CU with their hero going offline. The hero, the most important robot of 2025, the only bot capable of taking down a level 10 sentry, frankly, until like the last 2 minutes of the match when the standard becomes viable. So,
well, as we saw also, as their hero got more levels, it became a lot more confident and was able to do significant damage to VT. I mean, you saw how quickly that sentry had to retreat after CU had a very well-hidden ambush. They obviously had prepared for that. That's a strategy difference right there, is being able to hide behind the wall. The sentry's not checking there. It's looking at the opposite diagonal. That could also be something VT fixes. Both of these teams now have a full night to go back, work on their robots, work on their code, fine-tune these things, possibly fix their weaknesses. And the weakness looking a lot rougher, like you were saying, on CU with having to go over that bumpy road or module disconnections.
Yes.
Without having the ejection button, it's a really big deal.
Yeah, I mean, Matt, you're the one that coined the term. CU Throlder, that was rough. Module disconnects, kind of kicking them out. I mean, they literally, it was impossible for them to gain enough points at the end of that game to be able to bring it back. Without being able to eject their robot, there's nothing they could have done.
Well, that being a new rule that was just added today, you got to update your strategy now. All teams need to take note of this and update their strategies and contingencies right now, because that's the way this rule is going to stay for the entirety of this competition.
Yeah, only 3 teams that need to do that. That's going to be Virginia Tech, the University of Washington, and Colorado Boulder. Many people's brackets looking like geniuses right now, as these 3 teams will meet up tomorrow morning right here on RoboMaster North America to see who wins RMNA San Diego.